Alright, we're back. So, I don't know if I'm ruining the tension of the scene, but I do want to look at the menu. A lot of Indian, maybe, question mark? Like, their Japanese curry is a thing, so I don't want to say... Darjeeling tea? I don't know what that is. Okay. That's a sumo sticker. I felt horribly dizzy. My vision started to get blurry. Yeah, so if we recall, there's always a sumo sticker at every new gen murder. So this does not bode well for us. I felt horribly dizzy. My vision started to get blurry. I felt horrible. It hurt to breathe. It's the same as that night. The 11th Rorschach, which had tortured Armura and I on the night we were attacked by the pyrokinetic, was right in front of me. Everything started to go dim. No, not now. Stay strong, hang in there. Hang in there. I mean, now that I think about it, if Yamazoe's power is to make situations become reality, then that could be the case of what happened for every single new gen murder. To some extent, it might have required Yamazoe's power. Yeah. It makes you wonder if the sumo stickers are also just a creation of Yamazoe. The TV shut off. You don't think it's a Shogun situation, right? Where Tucker is a delusional construct. I feel like that wouldn't make sense. Why would they do that twice? Why would he need to be a delusional construct? Okay, I managed to get a hold of myself. What? Where'd everyone go? I don't understand. How? Kurusu. Oh, wait. Where?
Kazuki, Arimura, Yamazoe.
They're gone. Not even my friends, but even the waitress disappeared. Everybody's gone. This can't be happening. How the fuck is Takaru gonna survive this? Called out to the back of the cafe, but there's no sign anyone was there. Is it Kunosato? Is she gonna come in and do the killing? Damn it, what's going on? Uh-oh. It's not the pyrokinetic, is it? There's no way she's the new gen killer. The sound. The sound is... all of the other sounds have disappeared from the world. No way, right? I mean, it has to be, but no fucking way. Maybe this is a delusion created by someone else, where the pyrokinetic comes to kill him. Which could be done by Yamazoe. It could also be done, maybe, by someone else we don't know. A porter? That'd be stupid if it was that. I mean, it could be, but I wouldn't like that as the answer. The music that had been playing in the cafe was gone, and so were the sounds of cars that sometimes passed by on the road. I mean, what can Minamisawa Senri even do if you get close to her? Like, in a range where she can't, where you can easily react to her fireballs and not get hit by them. Just like, liver shot, uppercut. It's like, what do you... I mean, of course it'd be hard getting in, but there's a certain distance where she can't just fire off a fireball instantly. There's nothing but strange silence and dark gloom. I can only hear one thing now. That terrifying sound. She was getting closer. The footsteps were coming up the stairs to the cafe. Shivering with fear, I forced myself to quietly open the door to the cafe and then snuck out onto the landing. Trembling, I looked down the stairs to the first floor, and there I saw... That's... At least you had the courtesy to scream internally. Our eyes met. Our eyes met for an instant. I saw those eyes like cold fire looking up at me from beneath the hair that covered her whole face. I knew it. That was... That's the pyrokinetic from before, Minamisawa Senri. And almost as if she could sense my fear. Minamisawa Senri looked at me and smiled. It was the smile of a beast that had found its prey. Okay, here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid Minamisawa Senri is just a delusion here. And it's actually one of his friends. And he's gonna kill Minamisawa Senri, but it turns out it's actually his friend. I found you. Chapter 8, Betrayal, an entanglement of erosive cases. Well... Listen. With a title like that, am I gonna be terribly off? I gritted my teeth to keep myself from screaming and ran back into the cafe. I closed the door as quietly as I could. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm so scared. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. She's going to kill me. She's going to kill me. Minamisawa Senri is going to kill me. Somebody. Somebody. I tried to scream for help, but my voice got caught in my throat. No, even I'd been able to scream. No one was there to help me, even if I was able to. So, Kurusu was gone. Sariko was gone. So were Ito, Armura, Kazuki, and Yamazoe. Even the waitress had disappeared. And the lighting seemed to have turned a more faded yellow too. The cafe was much darker than usual. Why? Why did everyone disappear? I was too scared to speak or do anything except slowly move backward away from the door. Finally, I hit the wall and found myself with nowhere to run.
能力僕の能力
That's right, my power. I can use my power. I can knock her flames away again. I'll try desperately to psych myself up for the fight. But...
なんで
why? It was nowhere in sight. The D sword. The D sword didn't appear.
なんだよこんな時
Why now of all times? No matter how much I tried to concentrate, the terror won out and my D sword refused to appear. I hear the loud clicking of a heel against the floor past the entrance to the cafe, the sound of a leg sliding along the ground. She was coming to bring me a merciless death. Burning to death is a bad way to die.
どこか隠れる場所
No, there has to be somewhere to hide. I looked around and saw a door on the other side of the kitchen. It was the employee bathroom. I flung myself away from the wall, ripped open the door, and went inside. Then I locked the door with my shaking hands. There were no windows inside the bathroom. I ran inside without even bothering to turn on the light, so it was pitch black. In that cramped and closed space, my heart started to pound fast, and my breathing became heavy. She's going to hear me. I need to be quiet. Put my hand over my mouth to stifle the sound. It hurt to breathe. If I couldn't be quiet, she'd find me and kill me. Me and Misawa Senri's footsteps finally reached this floor. Then she suddenly stopped. All I could hear now was an eerie silence. I could almost sense, somehow, that she was looking for me. Just go away. Leave me alone. I prayed, but it was a waste of time. She came inside the cafe. Footsteps started again. Slowly, slowly. She's here. The woman slowly moved around the cafe. I could hear her dragging her leg from one side of the cafe to the other as if she was toying with me. Each time she moved, she knocked glasses and cups to the floor where they shattered. All I could do was try not to scream. I remembered all the horrible ways the other psychics had died. Don't look, audio bleed, revolving dead, and soon morbidly obese. Just like the others, would anguish be the last thing I felt as they stripped away my humanity and brutalized my body? No, I don't want to die like that. How much time had passed after that, I didn't know. Suddenly, Miyazawa Senri's footsteps started to get farther and farther away. The thing is, if she's moving farther away, then that means she's actually trying to look for you. And if she's actually trying to look for you, then that means she's probably real, and not like a delusion where, for whatever reason, she just always knows where you are. I couldn't tell from here, but it felt like she might be about to leave. Am I safe? I concentrated as hard as I could on listening to this eerie footsteps. Are you ever really safe? There's never been a new gen case where someone lived, but to be fair, they were never as prepared or as equipped as Takaru was. could hear a door open and close, and then that awful dragging sound again, this time going down the stairs. And soon after, there was no sound at all. Is she going to burn down the building to smoke you out? I panted in relief.
やった逃げ切った
I did it. I made it. But I don't think there's ever been a new gen case where there was, like, collateral, right? Because if she burns down the building, everyone in that building dies. And I assume there are actually people in this building. You just can't see them for whatever reason. I did it. I made it. I'm not going to be a victim of the return of the new gen madness after all. To be fair, even if you survive the night, there's still daytime you gotta worry about. Like, most of the new gen killings, like, kinda happened during the day. Okay, so Don't Look was at, like, midnight. Audibly, I don't know when she did her thing, probably. That could have been nighttime. I think Revolving Dead, Kakuto was dead for a while. And then Watabe, yeah, that was broad daylight. So okay, only 1 out of 4 of them, but also this hyphen of doom right there. Oh, it's the knocking. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It was so utterly unexpected I couldn't stop myself from screaming. How the fuck do you live this, dude? Like, does the game just end here? Then I have to play all the other endings to see where how to save Takaru from just dying. Because this is chapter 8, like, there were, in Robotics notes, like, the game could end as early as, like, chapter, like, 4 or 6. Then you have to go get the other endings. Whew, it was so utterly unexpected that I couldn't stop myself from screaming. The knocking stopped for an instant. I could sense that someone was looking at me from the other side of the flimsy door.
そんなバカな今階段を降りていたはずだなのになんで
This can't be happening. She just went down the stairs. The knocking started again. Okay, I'm genuinely curious about this knocking thing. Like, this has to be, like, a clue, right? Like, they're definitely going to explain why the knocking happens before each new gen murder. What would a knocking sound like? Maybe it's coming from something. You always hear it at the door. Maybe it's a signal to, like, start something? Oh, do you think... Okay. The knocking is definitely to get the attention of the people there. Maybe? Okay, because there's a knocking before Don't Look. In that situation, the victim acknowledged the presence of it. And audibly, they acknowledged the knocking. Watabe's, they had the knocking. Revolving Dead, Kakuto was already dead when that happened. So I could be wrong. Why is there a knocking? It's not a sound like a porter makes, is it? Or a silent weapon? I'm not quite sure.
あの時のノックだホテルで聞いたあのノックの音
It's that same knock, the one I heard at the hotel. The pattern has to be a clue, right? What is that? And slowly but steadily it continued. The interval between each knock was identical and mechanical. Knock, knock. Okay, knock, knock. Identical and mechanical. A human would not be able to produce something that is completely identical and mechanical. I mean, maybe it just seems identical and mechanical to Takaru's ears, which could be possible. But it feels like they chose those words specifically. What would make that sound? I don't know. I tried to get as far away from the door as I could. But the bathroom was tiny and there's nowhere to run.
こうなったらやってやる。能力なんか使えなくたって。
Damn you. You want to fight? You'll get one, even if I can't use my power. I won't let her just kill me. That's the spirit. I like this guy. Like, if a killer is trying to kill me, I'm gonna sucker punch the shit out of him, okay? Like, I'm not just gonna stand there and take it. I'll catch her my damn self. Can I really beat a pyrokinetic with my bare hands? That's probably your best bet. Because I don't think she would want to be firing off a fireball at point blank range. Unless she just wants to kill herself. Like, the thought flashed through my mind for an instant. But I knew I couldn't take the terror anymore. I was at my limit. Take this! I screamed, unlocked the door, and slammed it as hard as I could. What does he see? The bathroom door opened with a bang. Who is it? What? That was all in his mind? Overcome with terror, I screamed and slammed the person in front of me to the floor. But... What are you doing, Takaru? Don't tell me Oh No Way is the new gen killer. At the last minute, someone grabbed my head from the side. A pleasant scent that I knew well filled my nose.
Huh?
What's gone into you? Chris was right next to me holding me. Okay, so that was definitely what caused by the sticker from him looking at it and he got a delusion question mark. Because last time he looked at a sticker, he also got a delusion, but it was like him getting his brain eaten. But this time he visualized a new gen killing. Not quite sure. And you're heavy, Taku. You're crushing me. My insides are gonna come out. The person I had knocked to the floor was Serika. If I'd hit her any harder, I would have badly hurt her.
Miyashiro-senpai, すっげえ大胆。こんな場所でセリの初めてを奪おうとするなんて。
Wow, Miyashiro-senpai, you're so bold, trying to take Sari's first time in a place like this, huh?
違う。そんなことより。
I'm not, in any way. I shook off Crusoe's arm and stood up.
あの女。
Oh, where'd she go?
あの女?
Where'd who go? Everyone looked confused. Sarka stood up, rubbed her butt, and started to look around the room. Okay, so here's the thing. Let me think about this. Don't look, Case. He off camera, the guy cuts off his own arm. But there was someone there in the room with him. Hence why they're able to real boot his delusion, methinks. Audio bleed. She was performing in front of a crowd. Hence, she was able to... The new gen killer was able to real boot. But also, someone came into the room, I think. Knocked on the door, came into the room. Watabe. Morbidly obese, rather. Someone came into the room with him, was able to real boot. Also, he was in front of a crowd. I don't know if that matters. But if you also... Yeah, it's interesting, because in the Don't Look case, everyone who's watching the video did not see the delusion. Like, they saw his arm cut off. Which is interesting. Kakita's case. There was no one there in the room except... Wait, hold on. There's Kakita, who is dead, presumably. There was the cop who was strangled, and an unconscious Aramura. Do you think Aramura choked out the cop in order to prevent a real boot from occurring? Maybe being in this crowd here makes it, like, surrounded by so many people actually makes it worse, but I don't know. Okay, Sarika stood up, rubbed her butt, and started to look around the room.
あの女って誰？
Which woman? Do you think it's a coincidence at all that they put Sarika as the one to get freaking, like, tackled when Taku tries to confront the new gen killer? Like, I've suspected Sarika on occasions, so maybe we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss this. What if... No way. Yeah, because the broken leg, right? So it wouldn't make sense for Onoe to actually be Minamisawa Senri. Also, I feel like people would notice.
だから今ここにいたろ。僕を殺そうとして。っていうか、お前らこそ今までどこにいたんだよ。
I think it's interesting that... I don't know. I think it was just an artistic thing. Like, I don't think this is real, but when he opened the door and tried to slam it into the new gen killer, there was like a bright white light. I think that was just like a transition screen. I don't think that was literal, that he was being blasted with light. That wouldn't make sense. She was just here, the one who tried to kill me. Wait, where have you guys even been?
あ？どこって、ずっとここにいたぞ。
Huh? We've been here the whole time. Okay. Ito. Remember, I did mention Ito and Sarika were also at Revolving Dead, and they may have been at Watabe. They might have been meeting him before the murder happened. Don't look. Maybe they were the ones that showed up as door. Audio bleed. I don't know. Maybe they were there. Ito stood up on the sofa by the window. Yamazoe and Kazuki were sitting next to him with surprised looks on their faces.
なあ、お主ら、少しばかり騒がしいの。これ以上迷惑になるようなら、即刻出て行ってもらうが。
Hey peasants, you're being loud anymore and I'll have to ask you to leave. Even the waitress was here too.
そんな。
That's impossible.
確かに僕は襲われたんだ。しかも店には誰もいなくて。
But I know I was just attacked. And right in this cafe. Was that just a dream?
いや、違う。夢なんかじゃない。何もかもリアルだった。
Hold on. Is this the reason why the new gen killings happen on the same dates as the previous ones? As the previous new gen killings? Because what needs to happen is the person thinks they're going to get murdered, and then Yamazoe real boots it. Turns that situation to reality. Possibly. I have my doubts. I kind of don't think Yamazoe is a bad character. I don't think so. Well, I don't know, just throwing that out there. To be fair, I don't think the Don't Look guy imagined he was going to die, nor was the audio bleed person. So that wouldn't make sense. It would only make sense for people like Takaru, I guess. No, that wasn't a dream. It was so real. I could still remember the sound of her leg dragging, the sound of the knocking at the door. Just thinking of them made me shiver.
ってことは、これもあの女の南沢千里の能力なのか。偽のカフェラックスを作り出し、僕だけを閉じ込めて。
Is this another power Minamisawa Senri has? She made a fake cafe lax and trapped me in it? I thought she was just a pyrokinetic. Could she do that as well?
優 女の手助けをしている能力者がいるのか。
Maybe there's another psychic helping her. Either way, the possibility we discussed at the newspaper club meeting was right and in a bad way.
ちょっと大丈夫タクル、ひどい汗よ。
Wait, are you okay, Takaru? You're sweating badly. I recall Yamazoe saying that she can't control when her delusion or when her power activates. So she can't conveniently activate it on all the dates that line up with the previous new gen killing. Like, it's bound to just not work, and then, oops, we're a day off, right? So it can't be her. Wait, are you okay, Takaru? You're sweating badly. Kurusu took out a handkerchief from her pocket and started to gently wipe the sweat off my forehead. But her hand suddenly froze. She looked at me, her face pale.
タクル、あなた、目から血が。
Takaru, there's blood coming out of your eyes. What? I put my hands up to my eyes, surprised. When I tried to rub them, I felt something slick. When I looked at my hands, they were bright red. I could see my blood on her handkerchief, too. Had I been so scared and tense that the blood vessels around my eyes had burst? Oh no, is Takaru actually going to fucking die?
どうしたのそれ。
What happened?
大丈夫か宮代。
Are you okay, Miyashiro? Yeah.
父さんに見てもらわなきゃ。
We just have Dad take a look at this. Dad's gonna get fucking killed.
行こう、タク。
Wait, no, Dad's not a psychic, though. Let's go, Taku! Kurusu and Serika tried to drag me out of the cafe. I could see Ito, Armura, Kazuki, and Yamazoe in the corner of my eye trying to figure out what to do. I turned to them and said,
伊藤、有村、和樹、山添、お前たちも一緒に。
All of you should come too.
はい。
Okay.
私もいいんですか、こんな時間に。
Is it okay for me to come along at a time like this?
遠慮なんかしてる場合じゃない。能力者がターゲットにされてるのは間違いないんだ。
Now's not the time to worry about it. We know that they're targeting psychics.
今日が終わるまでとにかく離れちゃダメだ。
Just stay with us until the day is over. We left Cafe Lax and headed for Alba Clinic. Dude, that's scary. Why the fuck are his eyes bleeding?
特に目に異常はねえな。角膜も綺麗なもんだし、血圧もほぼ正常と。
No problems with your eyes. Retinas look good. Blood pressure's normal. Dad nodded as he looked at me.
頭痛はするか？体のどこかが痺れるとかは？
Any headaches? Numbness anywhere?
特には。
Not really.
視界の一部が欠けてたり、狭くなったりもしてないな。
No gaps in your vision? No narrowed field of view? None.
そっか。なら大丈夫だ。
I see. Then you're fine.
本当にもっとよく見て。
Are you sure? Take a closer look. I hope his brain doesn't start swelling. Definitely not a good idea to take an MRI, because those machines are freaky. And that's definitely going to be the murder method. If you get one of those things. Kurusu's sitting next to me worried.
さっきからそればっかだな、お前。
Keep saying that.
だって。
But
まぶたの裏に血管があって、稀にそれが切れることがある。ひどい緊張や興奮をして力が入ったり、踏ん張ったりするとな。覚えがないか、タグル。
there are blood vessels in the back of the eyelids, and once in a while they can burst, especially under great stress, excitement, or strain. Does that ring any bells, Takaru? I remember the attack at Cafe Lax and shivered, but I nodded before Dad could see.
だろう？それが原因だよ。心配ない。
See, that's a cause. Don't worry. Dad called up my chart on the computer, the same one he'd been using since I was in a coma. He started to type something.
おいおい、ノーノー。そんなおっかない顔で睨むなって。
Come on, no, don't glare at me like that.
タクルに何かあったらどうする気？
What if something happens to him?
わかったわかった。
Fine, fine. Dad stopped typing, opened another page on the chart.
タグル、紹介状書いてやるから、明日また頭の中の写真撮ってこい。
Tucker, I'll write your referral so you can go and get some brain scans done tomorrow.
でも
But
いいからいいかって。可愛い娘が怒って口聞いてくれなくなったら困るんだよ。
just do it. I don't want my daughter getting mad and refusing to talk to me. When you say tomorrow, do you mean... Because I'm assuming it's like, what, 12 a.m.? So when you say tomorrow, do you mean today, but during the daytime? Or like October 24th? Because I don't think you want to be doing it on October 23rd. You're going to find, oh, there's a metal object in me. King! Rips out of your body. And then the next 5th new gen case is called, like, I don't know, fucking something. I don't know. Okay. Dad wrote me another referral to the same hospital as before, which was finally enough to satisfy a no-no.
いや、そうだ、のの。
Alright, no-no.
お前、自分もまだ病み上がりだってこと忘れんなよ。
Don't forget that you're still recovering from an injury, too.
あ、うん。そうね。ごめんなさい。
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
分かってりゃいい。
As long as you understand. Dad smiled. Cruz and I thanked Dad and then went up to the dining room where the rest of the group was waiting.
ああ、ウキ。私アップルティー。
Oh, Uki, I'll have some apple tea. Uh-oh. I hope his delusion of, like, Kurisu getting her head lopped off doesn't become reality.
私も。
Me too.
わかりました。伊藤さんは
Alright, what about you, Ito-san?
コーヒーブラックで。
Coffee. Black. I mean, I guess... You want to be staying up? When we got to the dining room, I was always running around getting drinks for everyone. I looked at the clock and it was almost 11 p.m. Okay, so an hour from 12 a.m., which means tomorrow would in fact be referring to October 23rd, which isn't good. Wait, oh, just one more hour until October 23rd was over? What? So that wasn't October 22nd, all of that? Okay.
で、さっき何があったのかちゃんと説明してくれるんですよね、宮代先輩。
So you can tell us what happened back there, Miyashiro-senpai? Amuro looked at me as she sipped her apple tea. She had the same joking voice she used at school, but her eyes were serious. She seemed to have come up with her own ideas of what might have happened to me, and her eyes were as gloomy as they were when we first met. Pray to God, Yamazoe's power doesn't activate as he's describing this.
話すよ。例のパイロキネシストのことだから。
Alright, I'll tell you. It was that pyrokinetic.
南沢千里。
Yeah. I glanced at Kurusu just for a second. I thought she wouldn't want to hear that her old friend might be a serial killer.
クルス、もし嫌なら。
Kurusu, if this is going to upset you.
自分の部屋に戻っててくれ。父さんかユイのところへ行っててもいいし。
You can go back to your room, or go be with Dad and the kids.
うん。ちゃんと聞かせて。
No, tell me.
クルス、
聞きたいの。だからここにいる。
I want to hear it. That's why I'm here.
そっか。じゃあ。
I see. Okay. I sat down in a chair at the dinner table, and after a moment's hesitation, slowly began to describe what happened to me at Cafe Lax. As I talked, the terror started to come back to me. My hands were soon covered in a nasty sweat. I didn't want to look bad in front of everyone, but I couldn't stop my voice from shaking.
それでその後は知っての通りだ。ドアを飛び出したら外はいつも通りのカフェに戻ってた。
And you know what happened after that? I opened the door, and outside the cafe was completely normal. There was silence for a moment after I finished. Armora especially seemed to be lost in thought. That was, of course, because Minamisawa Senri was probably after me, her or Yamazoe.
殺されてたまるか。
I'm not letting her kill me. She whispered then in a low voice and suddenly stuck her hand out into the air.
おい、
She pulling her DI sword? Hey. Yamazoe and I moved away, surprised. Armora had suddenly drawn her D sword.
お前何を？
What are you doing?
決まってるでしょ。武器ですよ。
What does it look like getting a weapon?
武器？
A weapon?
あんたも出せるんだよね、ウキ。
You can
もしあいつが現れたら戦う。手伝いなさい。
you can summon yours too, right, Uki? If she shows up, I'm fighting. Help me.
戦うって、私そんな。
Fight? I can't.
いいから早く。
Just do it. Yamazoe tried to shake her head to say no, but when Armor glared at her threateningly, she bit her lip, and then she reached out her hand. Oh, come on, she can pull it? Holy shit, that's a sick fucking sword. Hold up, what is that, like a skull on it? Oh my lord. A giant sword appeared in her hand too.
宮代先輩も早く。
You too, Miyashiro-senpai, hurry.
そんなこと急に言われてもどうやって抜いたらいいかわからないんだそれ。
But I don't know how to grab it.
役に立ちませんね。
You're useless. You could hear how annoyed she was. It had been a long time since I'd seen her act this cold. You know what? It's a fair situation to be acting like that.
どうしたの？
Hey, what's going on? What's up?
一体何の話してんだよ。
What are you talking about? The others couldn't see the D sword. All they saw was Yamazoe and I freaking out.
私たちこの前、南沢千里に襲われました。そして今日も宮代先輩が。
We were attacked by Minamisawa Senri once already, and today, you.
こんなのもう我慢できない。だから。
I can't take this anymore, so... Armora looked at the sword in her hand and cackled.
この手で事件を終わらせてやります。南沢千里を殺して。
I'm gonna end this case myself. I'm gonna kill Minamisawa Senri.
ちょっと待って。
Well, wait a minute. Everyone turned to look at Kurusu. She probably knew that she was getting too emotional about the situation because she was hesitating more than I'd ever seen before.
あのね、千里が犯人ってその本当のことなの？
Are we absolutely sure that Senri is the killer? Do you think that the only reason we didn't get killed was because Senri was there? Do you think Senri actually deterred Takaru from getting killed by being there? Oh my god, and she's always like, oh, I will get revenge or whatever on the people that abandoned me. Someone that abandoned her was the killer, maybe. And Senri is out to kill them. And it just so happens it's October 23rd. So she ended up deterring it unintentionally. Which means who abandoned her? Kurusu. Ooh. You think? You think? Ooh, you see what I'm getting at? Okay. Okay. Are we absolutely sure that Senri is the killer?
証拠はまだあの ID カードと僕らの証言しかない。けど
The only evidence is that ID card and what we saw, but
慰霊碑にはあの子の名前がちゃんとあるのよ。
her name's on the memorial.
それは何かのミスじゃないですか。 A1 東京総合病院のデータでは行方不明になっていたんですよね。
There has to be some kind of mistake. The data we found inside the hospital said she was only missing, right?
けど私見たんだもの。私の目の前で千里は瓦礫に潰されて。
But I saw it myself. Senri was crushed by rubble right in front of me. Did Yamazoe create a alternate thing where she lives? She must have been remembering something painful. She put her hands to her chest and her nails dug in deep. But then Armura raised her eyebrows so high that I could see it from here. She lied?
クルス先輩。
Kurusu doesn't know her power.
どうして嘘をつくんですか。
Oh my god! Oh, the drama! Okay, hold up. You got some explaining to do. Shocked, I glanced at them from one to the other. Armor was staring at Kurusu with suspicious eyes. You should have let Kurusu talk more so that she could say more lies. But Kurusu's expression remained unchanged to the point where it almost seemed unnatural.
クルス先輩の今の言葉は嘘です。
What you just said was a lie. It could also be that Armora is lying, but I don't think that's the case. But it could be. Armora's power allowed her to tell when someone was lying. In other words, Kurusu is definitely lying right now. But Kurusu looked Armora dead in the eyes as she spoke.
嘘なんかじゃないわ。
I'm not lying.
いいえ。先輩は南沢千里が死んだところを見ていません。
No, you didn't see Minamisawa Senri die, senpai.
あなたの能力というのがどのくらい正確なのか私は知らない。けれど彼女はもうこの世にはいないわ。
I don't know how accurate that power of yours is, but she's gone.
そう信じたいだけじゃないんですか。あるいは南沢千里が実は生きているのを知っているとか。
That's just what you want to believe, isn't it? Or maybe you know she's alive after all. The two of them glared at each other.
もし仮に。
If just hypothetically.
はい。
Yes.
仮に千里が生き延びていたとしてもあの子に殺人なんてできるはずがない。
Even if she survived, she could never kill anyone. There's no way. Kurusu's voice took on a sorrowful note.
千里はとっても臆病な子だった。小さな虫を殺すこともできないくらい気が弱くて、何かあるとすぐに泣きべそをかいて、だからいつも誰かの後をついて回っていたわ。
Senri was a very cowardly girl. She was so timid she couldn't even hurt a fly. Whenever something happened, she would start crying. That's why she was always following other people around. Surely Senri and Yamazoe aren't like some sort of consciousness swap, right? That doesn't make sense. Or is it?
もちろん暴力なんて嫌いだったし、血を見るのすら苦手だった。そんな千里が猟奇殺人なんて、私にはどうしても納得がいかない。ありえないわ。
Of course she hated violence. She even hated just the sight of blood. I just can't imagine that she'd ever kill someone. It's impossible.
どうやら今度は本当のことを言っているようですね。
Seems like you're telling the truth this time.
だから
That's why. Chris's voice was rarely this emotional, but she must have realized that nothing else she said would matter, so she fell silent.
とにかく千里が犯人じゃないとしたら、タクルたちの憶測は完全に間違ってしまっているわ。真犯人が他にいたらどうする気なの？
The point is, if Senri isn't the killer, then your hypothesis is completely wrong. What if someone else is the real killer?
それは。 Senri は 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 Senri は
That's... Of course I thought about that possibility. Don't tell me it's like Momose or something. Or Shinjo. Like, it's gotta be... I feel like Kuno Sato is the clear thing they're throwing at you, but that could also be a red herring. Of course I thought about that possibility. There might be multiple killers. There might be another psychic working with Minamisawa Senri.
でもだとしても今日が終わるまでに誰も殺されなければ僕らの勝ち。
Even if that is the case, as long as we can make it to the end of the day, we win. Everyone leapt out of their chairs as we heard a scream from downstairs. Was that Yui's voice?
Yui!
Krista ran down the stairs. We followed right after her. Yui had fallen backwards on the ground near the front desk. Her face was pale and her teeth were chattering.
お姉ちゃん、ねえ、どうしたの？
Yui, what's going on?
ユイ、大丈夫か？ユイ。
Yui, are you okay? Yui! Yuto and Dad grabbed her and held her tight, but she was still shaking. The terror had completely consumed her.
何があったの？ユイ！
What happened to Yui?
お姉ちゃん、
Big sis.
しっかりしなさい。
Get a hold of yourself. Krista grabbed her cheeks and yelled.
私、寝ようと思って、父さんにお休みの挨拶して。
I was going to bed, and then I went to say goodnight to Dad.
おやすみなさい。父さんも無理しないでもう寝たら？
Good night. Don't work too hard, Dad. Why not go to bed?
そう思うんだったらノノに意見しといてくれ。あいつのせいで余計な仕事が一つ増えたんだよ。
If you think I'm working too hard, go complain to Nono. Thanks to her, I've got to do extra work. Whoever the new gen killer is, I hope it's a satisfying choice of character and not, oh, it's Sakumo Wataru. It's like, oh my god, I would actually punch my monitor if it was him.
ノノ姉はタクロ兄のことになると人が変わるから。
Though it is a bit weird how he's able to support so many people. Again, I guess he's a doctor, but... Why is he so motivated to do this? Haha, Big Sis acts totally different when it comes to Big Bro.
違いねえな。じゃ、おやすみ。
You've got that right. Anyway, good night.
おやすみ。
Yeah, good night.
それで、私、部屋へ戻ろうとして、診察室を出たんだけど、
And then I left the exam room to go back upstairs.
その時、玄関のドアから音が。
And then I heard a sound from the front door. Can you talk any faster? Someone knocked.
私、休館の人かなって思って、それで返事をしたの。
I thought it might be a patient who needed help, so I answered.
すみません。今日の診察は終わりなんです。休館でしたら夜間診療のある病院をご紹介しますけど。
I'm sorry, we're closed for the day. If you really need help, I can tell you where to find a hospital that's open 24 hours. It's a different
どう
knock.
なさいました？救急車呼んだ方がいいですか？
The knock is different from the one that happens at the crime scenes. What's wrong? Should I call an ambulance?
一体何なんですか？いたずらならやめてください。
What is this? If this is a prank, please stop it right now.
だからやめてください。
I said stop, please.
私、 のすごく怖くなって。だけど、外。
I got really scared, but outside, is there a door with a window?
外。
I looked outside. Ooh! So maybe it is Minamosawa Senri, but with a twist. It's someone like piloting her mind or whatever.
もう大丈夫。大丈夫よ、ユイ。
They're gonna capture Minamosawa Senri. I mean, they're gonna arrest her. And then the murders are still gonna happen. It's okay now. It's okay, Yui. Kurisu gently rubbed her head, and at the last dam burst, and Yui started to cry. Big sis, big sis. Well, Minamosawa is gonna have to find someone before the end of October 23rd. Can she find a victim in an hour? Everyone looked at each other pale as we listened to her sob. Armor and I in particular had gone as deathly white as Yui. Knocking. That was the same thing I'd heard at the cafe.
やっぱり追いかけてきたんだ。
So she did follow us. Yeah. Feel my knees shaking. I remember the knocking, the dragging footsteps I'd heard at the cafe, and my heart began to feel overwhelmed with terror. I felt an impulse to run, screaming off into the night. But strangely enough, it was Aramura who gave in before I did. She gritted her teeth so hard that I could hear it from where I was standing, then ran towards the front entrance.
おい、有村。
Don't do anything stupid! She yanked open the lock on the door and flung it open. Then she ran out into the street flailing her D sword.
南沢千里、私はここにいる。くだらない小細工なんかやめて、さっさと殺しに来いよ。
Please don't be like Death by Falling Anvil. Standing on Red X. Minasawa Senri, I'm right here. Stop fucking around and come get me. She kept swinging her D sword at the shadows formed by the streetlights.
私はもう逃げも隠れもしない。殺せるもんなら殺してみろって言ってんだ。
I'm done with running and I'm done hiding. If you think you can kill me, come try it.
やめろ、有村。何やってるんだよ。
Stop it, Aramura. What are you doing? I grabbed Aramura from behind. She'd clearly gone crazy. Her D sword hadn't been real booted yet, so it just slid right through me. If it had been real booted, I wouldn't have survived.
やだ。離して。殺されるのは嫌。
No, no, let me go. I don't want to die.
落ち着け。あいつは僕らがパニックになるのを狙ってるんだ。冷静にならなきゃ負けだ。
I do think possibly the Minamosawa Senri is a delusion, and she's not actually there. In which case, the only one who can implant that delusion in them must be someone who's aware that they've met Minamosawa Senri. You don't think it's the Empress, do you? Or Onoe, or Ito, or just someone close to Takaru? Calm down, she's trying to make us panic. If we don't stay calm, we lose.
なんでこんな目に遭わなきゃならないの。能力なんてなければよかった。こんなものさえなければ。
Why did this have to happen to me? I never wanted this power. If only I didn't have it. When I saw her, I realized that I'd been making a mistake. For a while now, I thought that I was starting to understand Aramura, but I was wrong. A bratty know-it-all. A normal girl who sometimes got excited and wore a childlike smile. I was always surprised when she did, but I'd also told myself that that was who she really was. But I was wrong. She was a weak little girl whose fate was caught up in the events far beyond her control.
そうだ。能力なんてなければ誰もこんなことに巻き込まれることはなかった。
That's right, if it weren't for these powers, this wouldn't have happened to any of us. No one would have been killed, and no one would have been tortured in those experiments in that basement. I hated myself for ever being proud of my powers. Why did they even exist? Who gave me these and why? Armor's body was shaking as I held her. And pathetically enough, I was shaking every bit as much.
おい宮代有村
Ito ran up to us as we sat on the side of the road. Serika, Yamazoe, and Kazuki ran after him.
大丈夫か
Are you okay?
ああ、なんとか落ち着いた。
Yeah, we calmed down, thankfully. I lied so as not to worry them.
それより部屋へ戻ろう。ここにいたら危ない。いつ襲われるか。
Anyway, let's get back inside. We can be attacked at any minute. Hyphen of doom. And then Ito cut me off and showed me his phone. I flinched away.
まさかまた正体不明の電話がかかってきたのか。
It's not another phone call, is it? Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Ito must have guessed what I was thinking because he quickly shook his head.
違うよく見ろ宮代
No, look carefully, Miyashiro.
Huh?
I stared at the phone. It had the usual wallpaper, the usual apps. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
気がついたか
Did you notice?
尾上、お前のも見せてくれ。
Oh no, let me see yours. Okay. Serika took her phone out of her pocket and showed it to me. It showed the same thing that Ito's did. The present time and date. 12:03 a.m., October 24th. We lived? Don't let your guard down. October 23rd was over.
助かったのか。
Are we saved? Don't let your guard down! Irma swung her head around and yanked the phone out of Serika's hand. Her fingers were shaking too much to read what it said. She stared at it again and again and then... What? All the strength drained from her tiny body, she collapsed onto me, and then she passed out. So who died? October 23rd. The day of the return of the New Gen Madness. We'd managed to survive it. Kazuki got into her usual gaming position and stretch. She was about to start playing ESO too. You're going to survive many more. There's still 2 left. And we don't know if they're going to continue after that. I chuckled as I opened the lid of my lunchbox. Everything was starting to return to normal. Inside the lunchbox was a sandwich that Kurusu had made for me. Morning had come. It was a Saturday, but it was the one day of the month we went to school on the weekend. We'd gotten some sleep at Alba dorm, then took showers and came to school. Yui and Aramura still hadn't woken up, and were staying at Alba Clinic. But neither of them seemed hurt. Kurusu and Uki were staying home to take care of them. For my part, I'd skipped out on morning classes to stop by the brain doctor that Dad had referred me to. The results had been the same as Dad said, no abnormalities in the blood vessels in my brain. No enlarged prefrontal... But no enlarged... I forget, is it prefrontal cortex, she said? When I told Kurusu over the phone, she sounded relieved. It was something neocortex.
さてと。
Now then. I wasn't feeling hungry, but I didn't want to let the sandwich go to waste. I took a little nibble of it as I stared at the board on the wall.
これで本当に終わったのか。ニュージェネの狂気の再来は。
Is this really over? Is the return of the New Gen Madness all done? The net had been in uproar last night. No, it still was. But not because something had happened, but because nothing had happened. In fact, the uproar was because nothing had happened. I checked a bunch of different places, TV, radio, and the newspaper, but nothing happened on the 23rd that would make you think of the New Generation Madness. Ooh, what does CoZ have to say, huh? Huh, Kunasato? Why is there no news that you have for us ahead of all the police? There are all kinds of rumors going around on the net. This included a weird conspiracy that the killer had been captured, but because he was the son of a major politician, they couldn't go public with it. Honestly, that's a good fucking theory. But at the same time, it's like, that's probably not what happened. But most people thought that the return to the New Generation Madness was dead now that nothing happened on the 23rd. Net slang originating in the 2000s, often used to refer to a game, anime, or news phenomenon that has passed its prime and that no one pays attention to anymore. Nowadays, the term has become strained, with many users employing it to mock content that is still popular, e.g. dead meme, dead series, or dead joke. It's also often used to refer to things that haven't fully run their course and or still have a passionate fan base as a form of insult or harassment. But the killer hasn't been arrested. Will killings continue?
Oh, Miyashiro! 病院はもういいのか?
Oh, Miyashiro, are you done at the hospital already?
ああ、おかげさまで異常なしだってさ。
Yeah, thanks. They say I'm fine.
よかったね。
Glad to hear it. Ito and Serika are both carrying lunch boxes of their own. Kurusu had made their lunches this morning, just like she'd made mine.
けど、登校するなり部室に直行してランチとか、いいゴミ分だな、おい。
Still pretty lucky that you get to go straight to the club room and eat the minute you arrive at school.
授業は午後からでいいって言われたからさ。
They told me I could just go to afternoon classes.
それに、マップを見ながらいろいろ考えてみようと思って。
And I want to take some time to look at the map and think.
これ以上何もするなって、今朝新庄さんに言われたろ。
Huh? Shinjo-san told us this morning not to do anything else, right? When we told Shinjo-san that there had been another attack by the person we believed to be Minasawa Senri, he demanded to know why he hadn't told him sooner. Then he insisted that we never do anything so dangerous again.
でも考えるくらいならいいだろう。
Doesn't hurt to think about it, does it? Interesting. When we told Shinjo-san there had been another attack by the person we believed to be Minasawa Senri, he demanded to know why he hadn't told him sooner. Okay. I put the lid back on my lunch, having barely eaten any of it at all, and looked back at the map.
昨日僕たちはカフェラックスにいた。そこで事件が起こった。
We're at Cafe Lax last night. That's where it happened.
僕の前に現れたのが以前襲ってきたあの女だった。
The woman who I saw was the one who attacked us before. Interesting choice that they put that there. She was a...
ところがカフェラックスで僕を襲ったのはパイロキネシスじゃなく別の能力だった。それは
By the way, it was a different power than pyrokinesis that was used on me at Cafe Lax. She could tell if I was lying, read my mind and shared embarrassing secrets, showed me a delusion of being alone, and broke things in a cafe without touching them. Maybe they wanted him to run off and leave the building, which would help him get murdered.
やっぱり南沢千里は一人で二つの能力を持ってるって推測が正しいのかな。
Which means that Minasawa Senri has two powers after all?
いや、まだ確証は持てない。別の能力者が協力している可能性を否定できないし。
No, we don't know for sure yet. We can't be sure that another psychic isn't helping her. I feel like... I don't know. I was gonna say, I feel like the writers for the Science Adventure series would be consistent and say, well, everyone actually has the power to create delusions and real boot them. But at the same time, there was Robotics Notes Elite, where people had unique powers, so... I don't want to jump to conclusions. No, we don't know for sure yet. We can't be sure that another psychic isn't helping her.
それで襲われた時の緊張のせいでタクがまぶたの血管を切っちゃって、結局みんなで青葉寮へ移動したんだよね。
And then the veins in your eyelids burst from the stress when you were attacked and we all moved to Alba Dorm.
ああ、僕はそこで父さんの診察を受けて、
Yeah.
その後みんなで23日が過ぎるのを待ってた。
Then Dad gave me an exam and we waited for the 23rd to end.
そういえばさ、あの時副部長と有村なんか言い争いとかしてなかったか？なんだったっけ？
Hey, weren't the Vice President Armor arguing about something? What was that about again?
言い争い？
Arguing?
あ、そういえば
I think I remember, Nono said she didn't believe in psychic powers. Nono said she didn't believe Senri is the killer. Nono got mad that Hino was using her powers too much. Nono said we should let the police find the killer.
そうそう、のんちゃんがね、南沢千里さんは絶対に犯人じゃないって言ったんだよ。
That's right. Nonchan said that Minamisawa Senri definitely wasn't the killer.
猟奇殺人なんてできる子じゃないって言ってたな。昔親友だったからわかるって。
Caruso said she wasn't the type of girl who could do that. She knew because they were friends.
でもさ、あの時に有村は副部長が嘘をついてるって指摘したんだよ。あれってどういうことだと思う？
Let me use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Okay. Am back. Thanks for waiting. But then Armura said, that she was lying. What did that mean? Lying that, Senri, that she saw Senri die in front of her, get crushed. But not necessarily that, Senri was the killer or anything. Do you think... There's no way, right? Like, what if Senri is actually a protector? Like, she's always there, starting fires around the crime scene in order to, like... I don't know. But I feel like it's definitely a red herring.
確かあの時有村が嘘だと指摘したのは
What Armor said was a lie was... It was a lie that she saw Minima saw Senri die in the earthquake. It was a lie Senri couldn't hurt an insect. It was a lie Senri's name was on the memorial. It was a lie Senri hated seeing blood and violence.
思い出した。クレスは南沢千里が目の前で死ぬのを見たって言ったんだけど、それが嘘だったんだ。つまり死んだところを見てない。
I remember Kurusu said she saw Minima saw Senri die right in front of her, but that was a lie. In other words, Kurusu didn't see her die.
きっとのんちゃんはね、親友だった子が犯人扱いされてるのが許せなかったんだよ。それでとっさに嘘をついちゃったんだと思うんだ。
I'm sure Nonchan didn't like the way we were treating her best friend as a serial killer. She probably came up with a lie really quick. I mean, I feel like if you get mentally tortured for like your entire childhood, I feel like that would be reason to flip a switch and start killing people. I don't know.
まあ確かに副部長の気持ちになってみりゃな。
Well, I can imagine how she feels.
そうだな。
Yeah, you're right.
やっぱり南沢千里の話題はクレスがいるときは少し気を使った方がいいな。
Maybe I should be more careful at bringing up Minima Sawa Senri when Kurusu's around. Just like a paper on the board. Uncertain Senri died in an earthquake equals she could be the killer.
そして問題はその後か。
And the problem's what happened after that. Even Yui saw Senri there.
あ
Yeah.
青葉医院の1階でユイが
On the first floor of Alba Clinic, Yui. Oh, so that's where Alba Clinic is. It's not even labeled.
ドアがノックされるのを聞いたんだよね。
She heard a knock at the door, right? It was the same thing I heard at Cafe Lax, that woman's knock. And Yui had seen a terrifying sight.
僕でさえカフェであれだけ恐怖したんだ。何も知らないユイはさぞかし怖かっただろうな。
Even I was scared back at the cafe. It must have been even harder for Yui since she didn't know anything. To be honest, I think if you do know more about this case, the scarier it is. Because for all you know, that could just be, oh, some burned woman trying to break in. But Takaru knows that burned woman can shoot fire out of her hands and could also be the new gen killer.
かわいそう。
Yeah, poor girl. Fortunately, Yui didn't open the door. She'd quickly shut and locked it and saved us at the last minute. But if she'd opened the door all the way... I don't know how strong Minamisawa Senri is, considering one of her legs is broken, so you can't really post off of it. She really only has like one leg power.
いや、待てよ。
Huh? No, wait. I looked up from the map towards the ceiling. Something seemed very wrong.
お、どうしたのタク。
Huh? What's wrong, Taku?
なんか思い出したのか。
Do you remember something? Didn't we see on the map that a lot of the killings were around Shibuya 107? Or it was some building, but I forgot what it was. I think it was Shibuya 107. Sarika and Ito looked at me confused.
いや、 なんか引っかかった。ものすごく大変なことを見落としてる気がする。
No, something's bugging me. It feels like we missed something really important.
え
What? Even Kazuki was surprised enough that she turned away from ESO to look at me.
大変なこと？
Something important?
ああ、昨夜はいろんなことがあって、有村がパニクったり、僕も気が動転してて気づかなかったけど。
Yeah, so much happened last night with Aramura freaking out and me panicking that I didn't notice, but... That's right. What did I just think to myself? If you had opened the door...
当然これまでの事件から考えればユイも被害者に。でもそれって
Of course, in all the cases we've seen so far, that means she'd end up a victim. But that also means... she'd have to be a psychic, right?
それってつまり
That means... I looked at the map again.
前にも話したけど、今回の事件には一つ明らかに共通する特徴があったよな。
I've said this before, but all these cases have one thing in common.
っていうと？
Which is... someone opens a door, and the psychic has to open the door. But Kakita's... for Revolving Dead, no one opened a door. Except Hakaru.
それは被害者だ。
The victims.
最初の事件、こっちみんな。被害者とその特徴は、
The victim in the Don't Look case, for instance.
次は音漏れ炭。被害者とその特徴は、
And the victim in the Audio Bleed case.
僕が目撃した回転デッド。被害者とその特徴は、
And then the victim in the Revolving Dead case.
そして学園祭で起きたごっつぁんです。
Last,
被害者とその特徴は、
and lastly, the victim is Sue Morbidly Obese, the murder that happened at school.
そう。事件のターゲットになっている被害者は、全員能力者だ。それ以外は襲われていない。
That's right, all the victims are psychics. No one else has been attacked.
だからこそ、僕や有村や山添はずっと警戒していたわけだし、事実、カフェラックスでは僕がターゲットにされた。
That's why Aramura, Yamazoe, and I were always so cautious, not to mention I was the target at Cafe Lex.
でも、アウバ寮に現れた南沢千里が襲撃しようとしたのは、
But Mina saw Senri when she appeared at the dorm tried to attack. Did she try to attack? Or did she see, look in, and be like, well, fuck?
そう。ユイだ。
That's right, Yui. Is Yui a psychic? You saw Senri try to attack equals psychic, but she didn't. She barely... If you could even call that an attempt. She just... It was just her that opened the door. She was trying to go after you guys. Like, what kind of logic is that? Stood up in shock.
まさか、そんな。
That can't be, right?
ゆいちゃんもってこと？
No. In fact, she didn't get attacked, so she's not a psychic. What? Oh my god. Does that mean Yui's a psychic too?
マジかよ。
Are you serious? It was far too late to make a difference now, but I suddenly felt like a cold pillar of ice was pressed up against my back. I was certain that Minasawa Senri had come to Alba Clinic in search of me, Aramura, or Yamazoe. That Yui had only been caught up in all of it because she was unlucky enough to answer the door. But what if I was wrong? What if there's a reason she was after Yui? I sighed. It was hard for me to really believe.
これから確かめてくる。あいつが本当に能力者なのかどうか。
But I feel like she had all day to go after Yui. Why was there a psychic attack on Takaru? I'm going to see if she's really a psychic.
あ、悪い。起こしちゃったな。
Oh, sorry. Did I wake you?
あれ？タクルに学校は？
Huh? Big bro? Shouldn't you be at school?
早退した。 お前のこと気になってさ。
Came early because I was worried about you. And you want to find out more information that'd help you on this case.
またまた。
Huh? You're being silly. Yui slowly sat up from bed and smiled a tired smile. She must have felt dizzy for a moment because she leaned forward and grabbed her forehead. Her face was still pale and the IV looked like it was painful.
いいからそのまま寝てろって。
It's fine, you can stay lying down.
でも
But
クレスに言いつけるぞ。
I'll tell Caruso on you if you don't. Those are always the best words to use on Yui. She frowned for a second, then laid down and pulled up the covers.
有村は？
Where's Aramura? The other bed in the examination room was empty.
お昼頃新庄さんって刑事さんが来て二人で出かけていった。また後で来るって。
Around lunchtime, a detective named Shinjo-san came and they left. She said she'd be back. Shinjo-san was probably asking her about what happened last night.
あいつもう体は大丈夫なのか？
She feeling okay?
うん、元気だったみたい。
Yeah, she looked okay.
そっか。
I see.
タクル兄にね、ありがとうって伝えてくれって。
She told me to tell you, thanks.
え？
My eyes went wide as I looked at my foster sister. Aramura said thanks?
何かの聞き間違いだろ。
Probably misheard her.
そんなことないよ。いい人だよ、有村さん。タクル兄にもちゃんと感謝してると思うけど。
That's not true. Aramura-san's a good person. I think she's grateful to you.
聞き間違いじゃなきゃただの気の迷いだな。
If you didn't hear it wrong, she must have just gone temporarily crazy. And how couldn't she? Like, with events like that, anybody would go crazy. I pulled a stool up to Yui's bed and sat down. And I watched her as she was lying under the covers. It might have been the first time I'd looked at her like this, come to think of it. Did she really have some kind of power? It just seemed hard to believe. Maybe I was mistaken. I hope that I was. People are saying that the killings are over, and that the return to the New Gen madness was at its end. But the killers still hadn't been caught. Hold on. What it... I think the knock was different, right? The one at the door before Yui opened it, from the knock that was mechanical, so to speak. Identical and mechanical. So, if my hypothesis is true, that it's actually when Senri shows up that she prevents the New Gen murder. If that's true, that could explain why she's burning stuff down around the areas of the New Gen killings. Like, maybe, because it doesn't say the timeline, right? Like, if you look at the map, there's a bunch of red pins that say, here's an arson case. But did she burn down the building before the New Gen killing at that area? Or did she burn it down after? Because if she burned it down before, she might have been trying to prevent, like, cameras. Maybe cameras are crucial to carrying out the murders. If you can take out the cameras, then they can't kill you. If you can take out the sumo stickers, then maybe they can't kill you. I think Kurusu is absolutely right. And it was true, right? Like, Aramura confirmed that Senri wouldn't hurt a fly. precisely because, yeah, she doesn't hurt a fly. She tries to save the fly, so to speak. The idea of the killer being after not just me, Aramura and Yamazoe, but also Yui was too scary to contemplate.
何どうしたの？
Huh? What's wrong? As I tried to figure out the best way to explain things, I heard a very uncomfortable voice. She must have noticed that I was staring at her silently. My sister was looking at me in confusion.
あのな、
Huh? Well...
あらタクル。
おかえりなさい。
Welcome back.
まだお帰りなさいっていう時間じゃないでしょ。
It's not time for him to be back, is it? Chris was standing at the door holding a tray with a bowl of rice porridge. Yamazoe was next to her with a pair of spare pajamas. Chris put the tray next to the bed and looked at me
学
concerned.
校早退したの？どこか具合でも？
You left school early. Are you not feeling well?
ごめん、そうじゃなくて、ちょっと気になることがあってさ。
No, that's not it. Something was bothering me.
気になること？
Something's bothering you? Even if Yui was a psychic, I still wasn't sure I should tell Karusu about it. Just worry more. But she cared about her sister, I knew that. It was probably better if she knew everything.
どうすれば確かめられるかな。
What's the best way to say this? And then I remembered the method that Kunosato had used on me. I glanced at Yamazoe. She probably wouldn't like it, but it was the only way I could think of.
なあ、ユイ。
Hey, Yui.
夕べのことをあんまり思い出したくないと思うけどさ。
I know you probably don't want to remember a lot about last night, but...
有村とそこにいる山添が手に何か持っているのを見なかったか？
Did you see Aramura and Yamazoe holding something in their hands? What a weird question, what? Oh! Were they holding a D sword? She didn't react to it. Karusu and Yamazoe were shocked too.
何かって？
What do you mean?
二人は剣のようなものを持っていたんじゃないか？
Did you see them holding things that looked like swords?
剣。
Swords? The answer is no.
ねえタクル、あなた何を言ってるの？
Tucker, what are you saying? Why is she reacting so harshly? Krista grabbed me by the arm. She couldn't see a D sword herself, but she knew exactly what I was asking.
ユイ、そんなの見てないわよね。
Yui, you didn't see anything like that, right?
見てない、知らない。
Nope. I didn't see anything, not at all. Yeah, exactly. She saw a psychic. He must have been surprised by Cruce's sudden outburst. It was obvious she was telling a lie. Okay. I could see from the look on her face that she thought she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to see.
山添、ごめん。お前が嫌なこと頼んでもいいか？
Zoe, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to do something I know you won't want to do? What, pull the D sword?
もしもユイがそうなら、犯人が逮捕されるまで、お前や有村と同じように僕が守らないといけないから。
If Yui is one, I'll have to protect her too until the bad guy is caught, just like I'm protecting you and Aramura.
はい。
Okay. I was always surprised, but she seemed willing to help her old friend. She put the pajamas on the bed and then stretched her hand out into empty air.
ユイさん、見ていてね。
Yui-san, watch carefully, okay?
あの、
What's going on?
ウキちゃん、ダメ、やめて。
Uki-chan, no, don't! Krista let go of my arm and grabbed onto Yui. Oh my god. As if she was trying to stop Yui from seeing it.
クリス、ごめん。でも手遅れになってからじゃ遅いんだ。だから。
Kursu, I'm sorry, but we have to know before it's too late, so...
ほら、見えるだろユイ。山添の手に何があるか。
You can see what's in Yamazoe's hands, right, Yui? Uki slowly drew it out of thin air. Again, what a sick fucking sword. It does not fit her at all, but maybe it does. As it shone with a light no normal person could see, it was a weapon that connected reality to the Diraxi in its ocean of negative energy, a D sword. It was obvious that Yui's eyes were following Uki's sword.
見えるのゆい
Okay, so I just remembered why Yui didn't react to the D swords being pulled last night, because she wasn't there in the room. She was next to the door in with her dad. Okay. You can see it, Yui?
見えるの
Can you see it? Yui looked like she was about to cry, then she nodded slowly.
山添もういいありがとう
Zoe, that's enough. Thanks. They had all day to try and go after Yui. Why? Why didn't they? Why'd they pick the hardest possible target to go after? The D-sword disappeared from Uki's hands. There was nothing left but an awkward silence.
そんな
This can't be happening. I was right, Yui's a sidekick, and Mima saw a Senri almost killed her last night. Is there another commonality between all the sidekicks? Is that they're like in their 20s? Yui's, they wouldn't kill someone that young, right? Because the whole point is to like sensationalize the killing. And you can't just... If a child gets fucking killed, the media is going to show so much restraint about like how they portray it, and there won't be, the internet won't come up with like a pun. It's just like, it's going to be so muted in terms of its, it won't fit all the other killings is what I'm trying to say. Miyasawa Senri almost killed her last night. October 24th, 2015, Saturday.
この匂いどこかで
Where is he? Oh, I know the smell. He's probably talking about a dead body, and that looks like a dead body. That was the first thing Shinjo thought as he ducked under the crime scene tape and went inside the third floor condo. So this was the new gen killing. He knew this smell. But from where?
あ、そうだニューヨークで
Oh, that's right. New York. Lol. Also, like... Okay, if he knows English... Right, I guess we knew that he knew a bit of English, right? When Mio was speaking in English at the Love Hotel. When he was training in America, a local colleague had taken him to a cheap steakhouse. The waiter had brought him a disgusting grilled lamb steak. The smell was a mix of rotting animal blood and burnt fat. He hadn't even taken a single bite. And that was precisely the smell that filled the room right now. Wait, burning... Do you say rotting animal blood and burnt fat? Burnt fat? So did Senri end up cooking someone? The source of the stench was in the middle of the room on top of the dinner table. The forensics people must have finished their job because it already had a sheet placed over it. Now it's just waiting to be carried out to the coroner. Shinjo put his hands together for a moment in silent prayer and then flipped up the sheet. Why does he have to be sneaky about this? As a detective, is he not allowed on the crime scene? There's a police officer right there. Yeah, why are they... I guess he just meant like he was walking slowly. The second he saw it, he yanked the handkerchief out of his pocket and forced it to his mouth to stop himself from throwing up. Even the police officer behind him is like... is like more chill about this than Shinjo is. Are you sure Shinjo's cut out for this?
ご苦労様です、新庄先輩。
Good evening, sir. He looked up and saw a younger detective talking to the forensics people. The detective lacked his usual energy. This was probably the worst case he'd ever seen. Shinjo didn't want to look bad in front of the younger kid, so he forced the handkerchief away from his mouth.
あ、ご苦労
外車の身元ははっきりしたかい？
Yeah, good evening. Have we identified the victim yet?
それがですね、衣服を着用していない上に遺体の損壊が激しくて、今のところ確実なのは10代から30代の女性ってことしか。
Well, the body's in bad shape and she's not wearing clothes. All we know for sure right now is that she's a woman, somewhere between her teens and 30s. Hey, I know an age that's between the teens and 30s. Split the difference and you get your 20s. You could see hints of on the charred flesh that indicated the body had once belonged to a woman. But the face was so burnt that there's no way to distinguish any features. I mean, I feel like you just have to look at who rented the room, right? Or is this... Like, surely this isn't a house, like, that they own. Third floor condo. I don't know anyone who owns, like, 3-story houses. So it's, maybe? Because, like, in Japan, they build upwards, unlike America. Because they don't have that much land space. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. But the face is so burnt, there's no... Yeah, really. And what was even stranger was that it looked like a metal stick coming out of her mouth. Like a rotisserie fucking chicken. The rod came out all the way below her abdomen like a skewer used to cook a kebab.
10日ほど前でしょうか。近くの工事現場から鉄筋が盗まれたっていう届けが出てるそうです。
About 10 days ago, we got a report of a piece of rebar being stolen from a nearby construction site. The detective flipped open his notepad.
鉄筋っていうとあれか、コンクリートの壁に使う？
Rebar? You mean those steel bars used to reinforce concrete walls? Yes. What else?
ええ。外車の口から出てるのがそれのようです。
Yes, that's what's coming out of the victim's mouth.
そういえば昔こんな映画があったな。
I think I saw this in an old movie once. It was an old 80s horror flick that he'd seen with some friends in college. The movies was about a bunch of travelers who got lost in jungle and eaten by cannibals, and one scene someone had been cooked like this. There's one more thing. The horrific scene in front of him called to mind a number of other incidents he'd seen in recent times. Indeed, it was without question that he was reminded of the return of the new generation madness.
まさかこれも？
Is this another one?
いや、でも23日は。
No, it's not the 23rd anymore. But did it happen on the 23rd? And then you discovered it on the 24th? On October 23rd, the killer spent the whole day going after Miyashiro Takaru and his friends, which meant that the target had to be one of them. Oh, wow. So, if the killer doesn't get it on the day of, they go after someone else on the next day?
新庄さん？
あ、悪い。続けてくれ。
Oh, sorry. Continue. Shinjo put his sheet back on the body again and made another short prayer.
外車の身元は未確認と言いましたが、自分の意見としてはおそらくこの部屋の住人と見て間違いないと思います。
While we haven't been able to identify the woman yet, I think it's safe to assume that she's a resident of this apartment.
灰田理子さんだったな。
Haida Riko-san, right?
はい。
That's right. He flipped through his notebook and relayed to Shinjo what he'd learned from the condo's manager.
年齢18歳、独身で一人暮らし。職業は派遣のテレフォンサポートってことになってますが、派遣会社に確認を取ろうとしたところ、会社自体がもう存在していませんでした。
Huh. They went after an 18-year-old this time. They haven't went after anyone that wasn't, like, legally an adult, I suppose, but still, 18 is kind of young. 18 years old, single, lived alone. Supposedly she worked for a tech support company out of a temp agency, but when I tried to call the agency, they didn't exist.
倒産したか。あるいは水商売のためのダミー会社って可能性もあるな。
Either they went out of business or it's a front company for a prostitution ring.
その線については今表せてます。
We're looking into it now.
で、会社が彼女だと思われる根拠は？
So what makes you think she's the victim? Shinjo took out his notebook and started to copy down things he thought were important.
はい。契約以来、どうも本人しかこの部屋へ入った形跡がないようなんです。
Well, for one, there's no sign of anyone but her coming to this room ever since she moved in.
ん？
I'm sorry?
鑑識からの報告では、室内から出た指紋や足跡は 本人とおぼしきものだけで、不自然に拭き取った跡なども見られません。
Forensics tells me that all the fingerprints and footprints in the room probably belong to her, and there's no sign that anyone's wiped them away.
もちろんそれ以外の指紋もないわけじゃないんですが、どれも古いもので、おそらく以前の住人や業者だと思われます。鑑識も今回の件からは除外できるだろうという意見です。
Of course, there's some other fingerprints, but they're all old. They probably belong to the former occupants or a maintenance worker. Forensics thinks they can be ruled out. Interesting.
また玄関の靴跡も外車のものしか見当たりません。
The only shoe marks of the entrance belong to her too.
遺体発見時、玄関には2つの鍵の他に内側からチェーンロックがかかっていました。窓もしっかり施錠されていたので、本人に間違いないかと。
When we found the body, both doors were locked from the inside and the windows were locked too, which means it has to be her. So how did she end up sticking rebar in herself and then roasting herself without dying at the first step in either process? Like, I feel like whether you stick a rebar in yourself and then cook yourself, or you cook yourself and then stick rebar in yourself, you're not going to get to the second step. Shinjo felt a little like he was going to faint.
じゃあ犯人はどうやってここに入って犯行に及んだんだ？
So how did the killer get in here and do this? It would take some serious equipment to roast an entire person. He couldn't get that in here without leaving any traces. The younger detective must have been thinking the same thing. They killed her and then teleported her into here? Oh no.
これで普通の死に方をしててくれれば、自殺ってことで新庄さんの手をお借りすることもなかったんですけど。
If you died in a more normal way, we could just write off as a suicide without having to bother you, but...
死に方に普通も何もないだろう。
There is no normal way to die.
すいません。
Sorry, sir. I mean, that kind of is. I feel like hanging yourself is one that can easily be explained without the need for a detective.
1階のエントランスに防犯カメラがあったよな。
There's a security camera on the first floor, right? Interesting.
ええ、部下が管理人室で録画のチェックを始めていますが、今のところは何も。
Yes, one of my men is looking at the footage in the manager's room right now, but hasn't found anything yet.
そうか。
I see. Shinjo looked at the victim and then at the forensics people. They were frowning as they talked.
あの様子だと死亡時刻の推定もまだ無理そうだな。
From the look of it, we won't be able to determine a time of death.
はい、解剖に回してみないと何とも。火災報知器が作動していればすぐに分かったんでしょうが。
Correct, not without an autopsy. If the smoke alarms went off, we would have known right away, but... I mean, yeah, I guess that has to be the explanation, right? She died, and then she got teleported in. The two of them looked up at the useless devices on the ceiling.
壊されていたって？
They're broken, I'm told?
はい。
Correct. I mean, someone would have smelled smoke.
誰に？いや、室内には彼女の指紋しかないんだったな。ということは、本人か？
Who broke them? No, if hers are the only fingerprints in there, then it has to be her, right? Unless they were installed badly by a maintenance worker. The maintenance worker was in on it. But why would she do that? Shinjo couldn't make any sense of it.
というか、新庄さん、俺、焼死の現場ってのは初めてなんですけど、こんな風に燃えるもんなんですか？
Anyway, Shinjo-san, I've never seen someone burnt to death before, but do they normally burn like this? How often does Shinjo-san see people burning to death?
わからん。こんなの俺だって初めてだ。
No idea. I've never seen one either.
鑑識の連中がね、全員首をひねってるんです。どうやって燃えたかわからないって。
The forensics people all say they can't figure it out.
ガソリンや灯油を使ったってこんな風にはならないって。
Even gasoline couldn't do this. And there was no smell of gasoline anyway. The only stench here was the one of burning meat.
俺前にテレビで見たんですけど、やっぱいいです。
I saw this on TV once, but no, never mind.
言えよ、最後まで。
Say it.
怒りませんか？
You won't get mad?
内容による。
Depends on what you say.
世界の心霊現象スペシャルとかいう番組だったかな。そこで人体の発火現象ってのが
There's a special on psychic phenomena around the world. One section was on spontaneous human combustion.
やめろ、バカ。
Stop it, fool. Shinjo poked the younger detective's head lightly. The detective apologized, but Shinjo hadn't stopped him because it was too unbelievable to be true. He'd stopped him for the opposite reason. He was probably right. Which meant he didn't want rumors flying around, especially within the police department.
パイロキネシスと言ったな。
Pyrokinesis, I think they called it. Kunosato Mio, Armuro Hanai, and Miyashiro Takaru had all used that word repeatedly. It was a power to set things on fire with your mind. And they said the woman that was after Miyashiro and his friends, Mina Misawa Senri, had it. Was this Haida Rika woman attacked by a pyrokinetic then? He came back to the same conclusion he'd reached earlier, but then soon shook his head.
それでも説明できないか。
That doesn't explain it either. How did she get the rebar used to skewer the woman inside the room? How did she actually skewer the woman herself? Shinjo looked at a large window that dominated the room's east side. The curtain was open and he could see the chaotic city of Shibuya outside. Is there a sumo sticker? Is there a camera? If the building was taller, the view would be impressive, but from this height you could see the dirty backsides of the surrounding condos and multi-purpose buildings. It was hard to call it a nice view. Probably made the rent a lot cheaper though, he thought to himself as he began to examine the glass window. If the killer had used some kind of power to get the rebar in from the building across the street, this window would have been shattered. But there wasn't a scratch on it.
こいつは俺が一人で考えてもどうにもならないな。
I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere by myself here. He hated to say it, but he needed a specialist like Kunosato Mio, so for now he decided to focus on gathering information.
新庄さん、
What?
Eh?
A light tap on his back brought him back to reality.
防犯カメラをチェックしてた部下から連絡です。会社の顔がはっきり映ってる映像を見つけました。
I got word from the guy looking at security camera footage. He found a clear shot of the victim's face.
そうか、行こ
You did? Let's go. When he finally got out of the room, he felt like he could breathe again. Disrespectful to the dead or not, he took a deep breath and he got outside. Went down to the first floor and looked at the video on the monitor in the manager's room. Does she already have rebar stuck inside her as she walks in?
管理人の話だと、ハイダリコさんは必ずカメラから顔を背けるようにしていたそうなんですが。
He says Haida Riko-san always hid her face from the camera. Why?
う。撮られたくない理由でも
Was there some reason she didn't want to be videotaped?
渋谷地震の時に顔に火傷を負ったとかで、人に見られるのを極端に嫌ってたらしいですね。
Her face got burned during the Shibuya earthquake, he said, and she hated people seeing her.
ああ、それで
Oh, so that's why.
ただこの時は一瞬ですが偶然映ってしまったようです。
But this time he happened to get a glimpse of her. The timestamp on the screen indicated it was late at night, on the 12th of October. 12th of October, so not the 23rd. This is way earlier.
10月12日それって確か
October 12th, isn't that... Was October 12th one of the days of the previous New Gen murder? He remembered writing that day down, so he flipped open his notebook.
ああ、そうだ。宮代君たちが初めて南沢千里に襲われたっていう夜だな。
Oh, right, that's the first day Miyashiro-kun and Armura-kun were attacked by Minasawa Senri.
先輩、ハイダリコさん来ました。
Here's Haida Riko-san, sir. He quickly turned his eye back to the screen. What? That looks like Minima saw a Senri. In the video, the door to the entrance opened and a woman came staggering inside. Perhaps her leg didn't work right and maybe she was injured because he could tell she was dragging it. Carrying the piece of rebar. What the hell? Don't tell me that Senri, quote-unquote Senri, killed herself? The killer couldn't find someone to kill, so she killed herself? Perhaps her leg didn't work right, or maybe she was injured because he could tell she was dragging it. Her hair covered her face, making it impossible to read her expression.
おい、あれって。
Wait, is that...
ええ
Yeah. Shinjo and the other detectives gasped. Haida Riko was holding a long object in her hand, something like a staff, and using it to support herself. Is that really Haida Riko? It is not. It looked exactly like the iron rebar that's currently skewering her body.
まさか自分で持ち込んだ鉄筋で串刺しに。
Wait, she was skewered on rebar that she brought in herself? Just recording, but Shinjo found himself holding his breath nervously as he was watching live footage. But this was October 12th. So, normally the new gen cases are supposed to happen on the date of, not be discovered on the date of necessarily. She walked right by the security camera. It did seem like she wanted to avoid showing her face. However, she must have tripped on something when she was right under the camera because she suddenly staggered. When she did, her hair flew backwards. You could finally get a glimpse of her face. What is it? Shinjo's eyes went wide.
似てる。
It looks just like her. All of her features match the description. They were identical towards a composite sketch based on a description by someone who had barely survived an attack by this woman.
そんな。
No
こ
way.
いつ。
This is... The girl in the video was...
「大丈夫よユイ。安全になるまでずっと一緒にいてあげるから。
Don't worry, Yui. I'll stay with you every minute until it's safe. Oh, okay.
ほら、元気出して。
Come on, cheer up, okay? Okay. Yui nodded. She was still pale. Not only had she gone through a lot last night, but she just found out that she was a psychic. She wasn't looking good at all. I explained to her what I thought she needed to know, and then told her that no matter what, she must never be alone from now on. It was true that the return of the new gen madness had come to a temporary halt when Minami saw Senri hadn't been able to kill anyone on the 23rd. No matter what the rest of the world said, it felt far too early to declare the whole thing
でも
over.
ね、こんな時にこんなことを言うのは変かもしれないけど、お姉ちゃんちょっとだけワクワクしてるんだ。
You know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but maybe I'm actually a little excited.
え？ユイと一緒にお風呂に入ったり寝たりするの久しぶりなんだもの。
It's been so long since I've gone to take baths with you or sleep next to you. You know, maybe that would be something to be excited about if your sister wasn't, like, constantly on death watch. I think that would be maybe something that would bug me more than... I think the cons far outweigh the positives.
ユイったらいつの間にか大人になっちゃって、すっかりユウとのお姉ちゃんになっちゃったでしょ。
You just grew up so fast and started looking out for Yuto as this big sister all the time, you know?
たまには私の妹に戻って甘えてくれてもいいのになんて思ってたから。
Sometimes I just want you to be my little sister that I can spoil.
やだもう。
Aw, jeez. Yui smiled just a little.
ユウトはどうするって？
What about Yuto?
父さんの部屋にしばらく居候。
You can stay in Dad's room for a while.
この部屋で一緒に寝ていいって言ったんだけどね。なんか恥ずかしいみたい。 私は別に構わないのに。
I told him he could sleep with us in here, but I guess he's too embarrassed. I told him I didn't mind, but
ユウはのの姉が初恋の人だから。あ、これ内緒ね、絶対ね。
well, you were his first crush, big sis. Oh, but don't tell him I told you that ever.
それは光栄だわ。ねえねえタクル、頑張らないとユウトに私を捕らえちゃうわよ。
I'm honored. Hey, Talker, you hear that? We gotta try harder or he'll steal my heart away. Like, okay. Like, I get you guys are foster siblings, but no. Sometimes Crusoe say things like that just to enjoy my reaction. Lately, I've gotten a lot better at not reacting the way she wanted me to. I simply snorted. She puffed up her cheeks and pouted.
で、ユイの能力なんだけど、本当に自覚とかないのか？
So about your power, you really have no clue what it is? The small smile vanished from Yui's face.
そんなの急に言われても。
I don't know.
自分の身の回りで特別なことが起こったりとかさ。
Does anything special seem to happen around you?
特別って言うと、ユウのことくらいかな。
Special? Maybe with you?
どんな？
Like what?
ユウが嘘ついてもすぐにわかるとか。
Like I know when he's lying and stuff?
それは超能力じゃないわね。お姉ちゃんなら普通よ。私だってタクルのついた嘘なんて簡単に見抜けるもの。
That's not psychic power. Every big sister can do that. I can tell when Takeru's lying for one thing.
だからそこで僕を引き合いに出すなよ。
Don't bring me into this. This time, my don't react skill failed me. Crusoe chuckled, finally satisfied. Damn it. I felt annoyed for a moment and then I realized that Crusoe was trying to send me a message.
なるべくユイを怖がらせないであげて。
Try not to scare Yui if you can, okay? That's what she seemed to be saying. Yeah, she was right. A normal girl like you would never be able to handle knowing there might be a serial killer after her. So Crusoe's deliberately pretending to be cheerful.
と
I realized on my tone I'd probably been too harsh and relaxed it.
他にはないかな。どんなことでもいいんだけど。
Anything else? It doesn't matter what.
他に？
Anything else? Yui looked down and thought for a minute.
そういえば本当に時々だけどユウの声が聞こえるような気がする。
You know, this doesn't happen often, but sometimes I feel like I can hear Yu's voice.
声？
う
His voice?
ん。例えばユウが忘れ物をして困ってたり怪我をして泣いてたり、そういう良くない声が聞こえてきて。
I was just about to say that if Tucker really wanted to find out what Yui's ability was, or power, he should ask, like, have you ever, like, wished for something? And this matches perfectly, because we know from Yuto's backstory that he's scared of the dark because he was trapped in a place dark for a long time after the earthquake. So I can imagine Yui, conversely, would be like, please let me hear you or something. Yeah, like when he forgot something, he's in trouble or he got hurt and he's crying when bad things happen. I hear it like that.
それで急いでユウの学校へ行くと本当に怪我をしてたりするの。
And then I'll hurry to Yu's school and it'll turn out that he really did get hurt.
なるほど。それかもしれない。
I see. Maybe that's it. I wasn't a specialist, so I couldn't say for sure, but maybe you could call it telepathy between siblings. Kinosato-san might know more, but for whatever reason, she had it out for us. There's no way I was telling her about Yui.
ユウトにはそういうことはないのかしら。
Does that ever happen to Yuto?
大丈夫。あいつに能力はない。
Don't worry, he doesn't have any powers. You already tried showing him the sword? I'd already checked yesterday. I'd shown him Belmazoi's DI sword and he hadn't shown any response at all.
なんだか私はユウの心配してるのにユウの方はそうでもないみたいでちょっと癪だけど。
Feels like I'm worried about you, but he's not worried about me. That kind of makes me sit. It kind of makes me mad.
でもいいよね。ユウが狙われることはないんだもんね。
I guess that's a good thing. That means he's safe, right?
ああ、あいつはターゲットにされないはずだ。
Yeah, he shouldn't be a target. When Yui heard that, she finally seemed to feel better. Carissa softly put her hand on Yui's head and rubbed it.
本当にいい子ね、ユイは。
You really are a good girl, Yui.
やだ、やめてよ。
Hey, stop that. Stop.
ダメです。
No. Carissa grabbed Yui before she could escape and held her tight. She looked like she was about to kiss her any second.
ユイ好きよ。大好き。
I love you, Yui. I love you.
うわ、のねがなんか気持ち悪い。助けてタクルに。
Big sis is being kind of creepy. Help me, big bro. I couldn't help but smile.
気が済むまでやらせてやれよ、ユイ。
Let her do it until she tires herself out, Yui.
やだ、助けてよ。
No, save me. Just when I thought it was safe to leave Yui with Kurusu. That's not the scary knock, though. The three of us froze at the sudden sound of a knock.
まさかここ家の中だぞ。
No way, we're inside our own house. The knock continued. It's gonna be Yuto. Krista stood up and positioned herself between Yui and the door. Well, last time, the knock was different, and it was still Senri, and it was the duh one. I think it's the same rhythm as this one. Krista stood up and positioned herself between Yui and the door. I motioned for her to step back and put my hand on the doorknob. I remembered the terror I felt at Cafe Lax and gulped. To be honest, I was afraid, terrified, but I was the only one who could protect them right now. Hello? Oh my god, don't tell me it's Hanae. Don't tell me Hanae is the fucking serial killer. Identified by her door knocking rhythm. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, if you want to know if someone's a psychic, you just whip out your sword. And if they react, then you go after them. It makes sense that it's a gigglomaniac who uses their sword. Hinaye was at the Revolving Dead case. Hinaye was at Sue Morbidly Obese. Hinaye was also here tonight, or on October 23rd. Hello?
Huh?
Suddenly hear an easygoing voice coming from the other side of the door. So, the game's done multiple things like this where it feels like it's pointing you in a direction. When Takaru slammed open the door and it turned out to be Onoe, that was almost like, oh, is it Onoe? And then there's the door knock and it's like, oh, is it Aramura actually? And then there's Kurusu lying and it was like, is it Kurusu? Ooh. Anyways.
宮代先輩、ちょっといいっすか？それともクルス先輩となんかまずいことでもしてますか？
Yashiro senpai, can I come in or are you up to something naughty with Kurusu senpai?
ってお前かよ。
Wait, it's just you?
あ、どうも。
Oh, hey there.
どうもじゃない。紛らわしいからノックすんなよ。
Hey there. Don't hey there me, don't knock like that.
そういうわけにはいきませんってば。変な場面とか見ちゃったらどうするんです？
What? I have to knock. What if I walk in on you two in the middle of something? Yeah, but why do you have to knock like that?
僕とクルスで変な場面なんてないからな。で、なんか用か？
Chris and I are not going to be in the middle of anything. Anyway, what do you want?
あ、はい。ちょっと宮代先輩に話があるんで、いいですかね？
Oh, right. I need to talk to you. Got a second? Is it going to be about The the woman who got skewered
僕に
to me?
ダイニングに来てもらっても。
ああ、構わないけ
Can you come to the dining room?
ど。
Yeah, it's fine. I assume they don't want Yui to hear.
私たちも行った方がいいかしら。
Should we go too? Yui, Kurusu poked her face out from behind me and asked. I assume Armura doesn't want Yui to hear it, but she also doesn't want Kurusu to leave Yui anywhere alone. Armura stuck her hands out and shook them in what looked to be like a deliberate overreaction.
いえいえ、クルス先輩と立花姉はそのままラブラブしててオッケーっすよ。話って宮代先輩にだけなんで。
No, no, you two just keep on being lovey-dovey. I only need to talk to Miyashiro-senpai.
そう？
Is that so? Armura said her usual adios, gracias to a confused Kurusu, then dragged me out of the room.
なんだよ一体。
What's going on?
クルス先輩にはまだちょっとな話なんで。
I remember at the Love Hotel when Aramura, like, woke up from being, like, on the ground or whatever, her eyes were also bleeding. So it's possible that she was being targeted that day, and the blood vessels behind her eyes burst. I don't know if it's something Kurusu-senpai should hear yet.
とにかく来てください。見てほしいものが。
Just come with me. I want to show you something.
ああ。
Oh, okay. I followed Armura as she hurried away from Kurusu's room.
ああ、タク、ゆいちゃんどう？
Otaku, how's Yui-chan doing?
うん。もう大丈夫だと思う。落ち着いたよ。
Think she's okay now. She's calmed down.
そっか、よかったね。
I see. Good to hear. Yamazoe is in the kitchen washing dishes. She looked at us. She let out a small sigh of relief. Even if Yamazoe hadn't seen her for a long time, Yui's still her friend, and she was still worried about her.
ひなちゃん、お茶飲む？ウキちゃんが入れてくれたのはとっても美味しいよ。
Hina-chan, want some tea? Uki-chan made it. It's really good.
ああ、いえ、私はそろそろ家に帰ろうと思ってるんで。
Oh no, I'm about to go home.
Huh?
I turned to look at Arabora surprised. I thought she was staying here because there might be another attack like last night. Maybe she's not worried about it because she's the killer. And as long as she doesn't kill anyone, no murder happens.
ひなちゃん帰っちゃうの？もっと合宿していこうよ。明日学校お休みだし。
Hina-chan, you're leaving? Stay here some more. We've got no school tomorrow, you know.
いやいや、宮代先輩のお父様にこれ以上ご迷惑をおかけするわけには。っていうか、ぶっちゃけこんなに泊まり込むと思ってなかったんで、下着の替えとかピンチでして。
No, no, I can't cause any more trouble for Miyashiro-senpai's father, and to be honest, I wasn't expecting to stay this long, so I'm out of clean underwear.
そんな、別に遠慮しなくても。
You don't need to worry about that stuff.
おっと、ド変態め。限界を突破した下着を遠慮なく見せつけていいと？いや、むしろじっくり見せろと？一宿一般の恩義があろうと、そいつは聞けねえ要求だな。
You pervert? You think it's okay for me to show you used underwear? Or what? Are you demanding I show it to you? I may owe you for letting me stay the night, but I'm not going that far. Armora pressed down on the hem of her skirt. She always resorts to this. Huh. But she's getting out of something. She's trying to get out of something that's legitimate using jokes.
誰がそんなこと要求するか、そういう話じゃないだろ。
Nobody's demanding anything. That's not what I'm talking about.
じゃあ何ですか？
Also, yeah, why is she joking so much when she nearly went through a traumatic experience where she could have died? Unless it wasn't actually traumatic and there's no possibility of her dying. Then what are you talking about?
だから 事件が終わったっていう確証が得られるまで有村もここにいないか。その方が安全だろ。
I thought you were staying here until we were sure this was all over, right? It's safer that way.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, I see. Amora scratched her cheek, and then she took on a more serious look.
セリ、ウキ、悪いんだけど、ちょっとだけ外してくれないかな。
Sari, Uki, I'm sorry, but can you leave the room for a second? She spoke pointedly to Sarika and Yamazoe. The two of them exchanged glances for a moment, but Armora wasn't allowing any room for discussion. They left the room.
はあ、
Once we were alone, Armora sighed a little and took her phone out of her pocket.
宮代先輩に話っていうのは、実はそのことです。
Her phone out of her pocket, okay. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about.
つい今しがた、新庄さんからメールが来まして、私と先輩に大至急確認してほしいことがあるって。
I just got a message from Shinjo-san. He wants the two of us to confirm something for him right away. And only we are allowed to look at this message?
新庄さんから。
From Shinjo-san.
すごく嫌なものを送りつけられました。デリカシーがないんでしょうね。大嫌いです、あの人。
He sent me something awful. The man has no tact. I just hate him. Armor expanded the attached image and looked away from the phone as she handed it to me.
それ、防犯カメラの映像のコピーだそうですよ。
He says this is a copy of a security camera video. What I saw in the video. October 12th, 23, so 11:58 p.m. was the face of a woman I would never forget.
南沢千里。
My reaction was the opposite of Armor as I couldn't tear my eyes away from it.
間違いないですよね。じゃあ、新庄さんには先輩からそう言っといてください。私、あの人とはもう話したくないから。
You're sure that's her, right? Then you tell him, please. I don't want to talk to him anymore.
ああ、わかった。
あ、
これどこなんだろう。
Oh, yeah, okay. Where was this? Armor seemed annoyed.
その女のマンションとかメールには書いてありましたけど。
The message said it was her apartment building or something.
マンションを見つけた？じゃあ、南沢千里は逮捕されたのか？
They found her address? Did they take her into custody then? I finally managed to tear myself away from the screen and look at Aramura. She shrugged a little.
ま、似たようなものです。だから私は家に帰っても平気になりました。お世話になりました、先輩。
Well, more or less. So it's okay for me to go home now. Thanks for everything, Senpai. I wouldn't be so sure. Keep in mind, this video was on October 12th. Okay. She brings in the rebar. Okay, well, I guess the body is discovered on the 24th. Do you think Minamisawa Senri actually just killed herself? But they took her into custody? But also the body belongs to Riko Haida? This is confusing.
ウキも立花姉ももう安心していいみたいですよ。
Tell Uki and Big Sis Tachabana that they don't have to worry now. Don't.
どういうことだ？
What do you mean?
死にました、その女。
She's dead. That woman is dead.
Huh?
Armor spoke without any real emotion in her voice.
死んだ？南沢千里が？
Minamisawa Senri is dead?
ええ。クルス先輩にはうまく伝えてください。私、そういうの苦手なんで。
Yeah, you should come with a way to break the news gently to Kurusu Senpai. I'm terrible at that stuff. Did she kill herself because she couldn't find a proper victim on the 23rd?
それじゃそういうことであとはよろしくです。
Anyway, that's what's up. Thanks again. She grabbed the phone from my hand to quickly delete the photo like it was something filthy. Then she bowed and left me alone in the dining room.
セリー、ウキ、話終わったよ。私帰るから宮代先輩の相手してあげて。寂しがってるよ。
Sari, Uki, I'm done talking. I'm going home, so keep Miyashiro Senpai company for a while. He's lonely. I could hear her voice from the hallway. I could also hear Sarika, Yamazoe, Kurusu, and Yui all talking. They were probably all saying something like, "You're leaving at this hour?" But I didn't hear their conversation at all.
南沢千里が死んだ。
Minamisawa Senri is dead? The serial killer who was after us is gone? October 27th. I forget when the next one is. Sometime in October? Question mark. Tuesday. Haida Riko's condo was cut off from sunlight by the surrounding buildings, making the whole place feel somehow gloomy. Kunosata Mio was standing there, her eyes as cold as ever. She'd gone through all the wooden shelves and colored boxes on the walls, read every last document and receipt made, and found nothing.
警察が持っていったものの中には本当に何もなかったんだな。
You're sure there's nothing in what the police took, right? Yeah, I feel like Mio is way too invested in trying to find every little detail to actually be the killer. Because why wouldn't she just look like she can look hard, but she doesn't have to look that hard and then say, "Well, I found nothing."
ああ、俺が全部チェックしたんだ。間違いない。
Yeah, I looked at all of it, I'm sure. Several days had passed since the death of the woman they believed to be Minamisawa Senri. The body had long since been taken out for an autopsy. A few pieces of evidence, like the table the body had been found on, had been taken by the police, but Shintra said the clue she was looking for wasn't among them.
何も出てこない。無駄足だったのか。
There's nothing here. Am I wasting my time? She spent 2 hours searching the room. Even she was starting to feel a little concerned, but she shook her head to drive the thoughts from her mind. Next, she pulled out the magazines and manga from the shelf and began to check if anything was hidden between the pages.
なあ、
なんだ。
What? Shinjo was leaning up against the wall and watching her, a frown on his face.
この部屋は完全な密室だった。彼女以外誰も出入りした痕跡がなく、凶器の鉄筋も彼女自身が持ち込んだものだ。
This room was completely locked. There's no sign of anyone but her ever being here, and the rebar that killed her was something she even brought here herself.
それがどうした。
What of it?
彼女はどうやって死んだんだろうな。自殺か他殺かも含めて。
Kunosato not even being surprised that there was no evidence, because she already understands, yep, it's a gigalomaniac attack, it's a silent weapon, you don't need to go in there or do anything. Just how did she die, regardless of whether it was murder or suicide?
私は探偵じゃない。密室犯罪のトリックなど知るか。
I'm not a detective, don't expect me to solve your locker room mysteries for you. I don't know, don't you seem interested in this stuff?
そういう話をしてるわけじゃない。ギガロマニアックスの死に関して君の意見を求めてるんだ。
That's not what I mean. I'm asking for your opinion on how a gigalomaniac could have died. Shinjo sounded unhappy as he turned to look at the spot where the burnt body had been found.
ギガロマニアックスはいわゆる超能力者とは違う。他人と妄想を共有することで初めて能力が発現する。
Gigalomaniac is different from what you typically imagine when thinking about someone with psychic powers. Their powers can only be used when there's someone else around for them to share their delusions with. So can it be teleportation? if let's say someone watches you teleport something away, but there's no one there at the location being teleported to, can they real boot that thing into the new location?
つまりここが誰の目も届かない閉鎖空間だったのなら、南沢千里はただの人間と同じだ。パイロキネシスなど使えるはずがない。
In other words, if this really was a completely sealed space, which no one else's eyes could perceive the interior of, no matter whose eyes are those eyes, they might be, then Mimasawa Senri would be no different from a normal person. She wouldn't have been able to use her pyrokinesis. Unless there's a security camera. Or a sticker pointing through the window.
だがここは閉鎖空間とは違う。例えば窓の外から誰かが覗いていれば妄想の共有など簡単にできる。
This place wasn't completely sealed. Take that window, for instance. If someone was looking in through there, it would have been easy for her to share a delusion with them.
いや、そこまでは俺も考えたさ。
I thought of that too, of course.
なら何を悩むことがある。ここもダメか。
And what's the problem? Nothing here either. Kusata finished checking all the bookshelves and looking around the room, uncertain of what to do next. There wasn't a lot of furniture or appliances. The place was rather plain. The closet and desk were the first places she checked, but she still hadn't found what she was looking for.
ここに住んでいたのが南沢千里なら、例の委員会につながるヒントくらい出てくると思ったんだが。
If Minasawa Senri really did live here, I was sure I'd find at least some hint of the committee.
あるいは奴らのことだ。私より先にすでに回収済みということか。
Or knowing them, did they get here before I did?
くそ。だいたい事件の発生から時間が経ちすぎだ。直後にここを調べられたら連中を出し抜けたかもしれないのに。
Damn it, it's been 20 hours since the murder. If I'd been able to look at this place immediately, I might have been able to find something first. She looked over her shoulder and glared at Shinjo, took effort to stop herself from bitching him out.
上等だ。絶対に突き止めてやる。
Fine, I'll find them anyway. Kunosato decided to search the whole room once more. All the paperwork inside the messy desk used the name Haida Rico. It was nothing but receipts and utility bills. But there's no sign of a bill for a phone or internet service. She'd had neither, it seemed. There was no sign of her even having a landline phone.
確かに電話がどこにもないな。
That's right, there isn't a phone anywhere. She looked around the room and found the phone jack, but it was covered in dust and showed no signs of ever having been used. The only other things she found among the papers were receipts for food and drink from a convenience store. Minasawa Senri had never cooked. Convenience store food was all she ate.
これじゃあ食費もバカにならなかったろ。
She must have spent a lot of money on food, I bet. How had she paid for it all? Someone was paying her to do the murders? The police were trying their hardest to find out, but there's no sign of a bank book or credit card in the room. They didn't know anything about her bank account either.
金の出所は委員会じゃないのか。せめて口座番号だけでも分かれば尻尾がつかめるもの。
The committee wasn't paying her. If I could at least find her bank account, I could start trying to trace it.
南沢千里は23日の深夜から24日の未明にかけて宮代君たちの前に姿を現してる。
Minasawa Senri was seen by Miyashiro-kun and his friends between the night of the 23rd and the early morning of the 24th.
そして焼死体となって発見されたのはその24日の夜だ。ということは彼女が死んだのはその間ということになる。
It was the night of the 24th that she was found dead, which means she died sometime after her last sighting. Why are they conflating Haida Riko and Senri? Are they assuming that Haida Riko was like a pseudonym? A fake name? Kosato had been so lost in thought that she hadn't even realized Shinjo was talking to her.
あなんだ
Huh? What's that?
南沢千里が最後に目撃されてから死体が発見されるまでに20時間ほどあるって話だよ。
I'm saying there were 20 hours between the last time Minamisawa Senri was seen and when her body was found. So was she planning on not succeeding at the New Gen murder? Because it was like 10 or 13 days before she brought the rebar to her room, and then October 23rd happened, and then she failed and just had the rebar there to kill herself. Like, was she expecting to fail? That doesn't make sense.
それだけあれば十分だろ
That's plenty of time.
ところがその20時間の間に何が起こったのか、いやそもそも南沢千里が何をしていたのか足取りが全くつかめないんだ。
But we have no clue about what happened during this 20 hours or even what Minamisawa Senri is doing during that time.
彼女はこのマンションにすら戻ってきていないんだよ。
She didn't even come back to her condo. So there's security camera footage of her 13 days ago, but there's no security camera of her last night?
何
Yeah, that is what he's saying. What? Kasato's expression changed for the first time.
24日の防犯カメラに映ってないんだ。一度も。
She doesn't show up on security camera footage recorded on the 24th, then that's not Senri, she didn't kill herself.
そんなバカな話があるかじゃあどうやってここで死んだんだ
That's impossible, then how'd she wind up dead in this room?
だからこうして途方に暮れてるんじゃないか。
That's the big question.
映像をチェックしたやつの見落としだろ
The guy who checked the footage must have missed it.
俺も確認したよ。見落としはない。
I checked it myself, there was no mistake. Shinjo closed his eyes and rubbed them. He caused himself a good bit of eye strain.
今映像を確認させてるが、どういうことかさっぱりだ。
I'm having someone else check the video now, but I have no idea what this means.
わかった少し考えてみよ
Fine, I'll think about it.
助かる。
Thanks. He covered his face with his left hand, exhausted.
うそれも含めて私はもう少しこの部屋を調査させてもらうあんたは南沢千里がいつどうやってハイダリコという偽の身元を手に入れたのか情報を入手してくれないか
I'm going to look at this room a little more and see if I can't find that out too. Can you find out for me when Minamisawa Senri began using the alias Haida Riko?
もしかするとそれにも委員会が絡んでいるかもしれない
The committee might be involved in that too.
ああ、それはもうやってる。
Well, we certainly have a resident committee member, Momose Katsuko. Yeah, I'm on it.
あとこの件の警察発表はいつになる予定だ
When are the police going public with this?
まだ決まってない。いろいろ揉めてるらしい。
It hasn't been decided. There's some arguing going on about that.
ニュースになればもっと南沢千里の情報が集まってくると思うんだがな
I think that if it made the news, we might learn more about Minamisawa Senri.
気持ちはわかるが、そう焦るなよ。
I know how you feel, but don't be in such a hurry.
わかる私の何がわかると言うんだ
You know? Just what do you know about me? She glared daggers at him, but Shinjo shrugged and said nothing.
さてと、ちょっと飯でも食ってくる。君はどうする？
Anyway, I'm off to go get a bite to eat. What about you?
いらない勝手にしろ
I'm not hungry. Go.
じゃ、そうさせてもらう。
Alright, I will. Shouldn't you have left without trying to invite her a second time? As he opened the door, he paused as if he remembered something.
どれだけ調べてくれても構わないが、マンションの管理人が君を疑ってる。本当に警察の関係者かって。所轄に問い合わせでもされたら厄介だから気をつけろよ。
You can look as much as you want, but the building manager's suspicious of you. He's not convinced you're really with the police. If he calls the local cops, there will be trouble, so be careful.
一応気には留めておく。
I'll keep that in mind, I guess.
一応じゃ困る。怒られるのは俺だ。
Your guess isn't good enough. I'm the one they'll be getting mad at. Then he laughed. There's no humor in his voice. I wonder if Kunasato is planning on planting something at the scene, but I don't know what the point of that would be. Just after school in the club room, the twilight streamed in through the open windows. Kazuki's in the corner playing ESO2 and making weird noises. Her battle didn't seem to be going well. She was making oddly sexy noises. I hope no one outside the room got the wrong idea. I heard a small knock on the door. Stare.
ってお前もか。こそこそ覗いてないでさっさと入ってこいって。
Wait, it's you? Don't peek, just come inside.
大丈夫？お邪魔じゃない？
It's okay? I'm not interrupting?
だから何がお邪魔なんだよ。
Interrupting what?
廊下の向こうまで聞こえてるよ、花ちゃん。
You can hear Hana-chan all the way down the hall.
今忙しいから話しかけるなってさ。
She says she's busy, so don't talk to her now.
たくすごいね。花ちゃん検定があればすぐに1級とか取れるね。
How, Taku? They got certifications for understanding Hana-chan. You'd get one easily.
そんなもんいらん。
I don't want one. Imagine how stupid it would be if Hana-chan was the fucking new gen killer. I would actually kill myself. That would be so dumb.
私のことなんてどうでもいいのねって怒ってるぞ。
She's saying, so what, you don't care about me at all?
違う。私のこと勝手に話題にすんなだ。
No, that's stop talking about me behind my back.
すごいすごい。
Wow, amazing. Sarika smiled and clapped. She seemed really happy for some reason.
あれ、今日のんちゃんは？
Huh? Where's Nonchan today?
生徒会。しばらく休んでたから仕事が溜まってるらしい。
Student council. She said there's a lot of work to do because she was out for a while.
川原のやつが来て、今日は新聞部には渡さないとさ。
Kawahara came and said we couldn't have her today.
おお、これは争奪戦だね。よーし、タク、のんちゃんを奪いに行こう。
Oh, so it's war. Okay, Taku, let's go steal her back.
いや、いいよ。
What? No, it's fine. I didn't want any more trouble with the student council or Kawahara-kun, more specifically.
うわー、久しぶりにダメなタクに戻った。せっかくかっこよかったのに。
Wow, you're back to the old loser, Taku. You're so cool for a while, too.
なんだそれ。
Huh? What are you talking about?
だってあんな怖い能力を使う人と対決したり、病院の地下へ潜入したり、とにかく事件を追ってるタクはかっこよかったよ。
Facing off that scary psychic sneaking into the hospital basements, you're really cool when you're following the case, you know.
そうか。
Was I? Cursor got super mad at me and told me to not go chasing after danger, though. Now that all seems like the distant past, even though it hadn't even been a week since then.
本当に事件はもう終わったんだよ。
The case is really over, right? Like hell it is. That night, the 23rd, when there had been no murder, the rest of the world had started to declare that the return of the new generation madness was over. But I still hadn't believed it then. I thought that it wasn't over at all. But then the next day I heard shocking news from Shinjo-san. Minamisawa Senri, the woman who threatened our lives, was found burned to death in her condo. What? Senri was...
僕も有村も映像を確認した。間違いない。
Yeah, Aramura and I both saw the video. There's no doubt about it. What about any of this leaves you with no doubt? I spent a long time thinking that night, but in the end I had no choice but to tell Kurusu about her death. When I told her, her eyes went wide, and then she looked down silently. Her long hair hid her face, and I couldn't see her expression.
なんて言っていいかわからないけど、その
I don't know what to say, but
これで
I'm telling you, Aramura's gonna get fucking murked. No.
これで終わったのね。もうタクルやユイを襲うような犯人はいなくなったのね。
No, it's over, right? The person is after you and Yui's gone, right?
だと思うって新庄さんは。
That's what Shinjo-san thinks.
そう。
I see. I'm so glad. She raised her head, her eyes were a little wet, but she was quietly smiling. The police still hadn't made any announcements about a suspect in the killings being burnt to death. Not only was Minamisawa Senri a minor, but she may have been driven to the crime by Chaos Child Syndrome, the form of PTSD experienced by young survivors of the Shibuya earthquake. Shinjo-san had said it was an extremely delicate matter. Why does it need its own term? Why does Chaos Child Syndrome need to be differentiated from PTSD? And because the circumstances of her death was so strange, the forensics people were getting nowhere. There was an internal war over how the police should release the information. Also, I could be wrong about this, but it seemed to me that the fact that she was a human test subject at H Tokyo General Hospital might have played a role too. If she became famous, the media and the internet might start looking into her past. And they might find out about the human experiments. It would make sense if someone who wanted to avoid that was putting pressure on the police. Oh. You know, what if Minamisawa Senri was the victim? As in, she's not the new gen killer, and she got picked to be killed by the actual killer. Because Minamisawa Senri is a psychic. She's fair game, assuming the killer isn't her.
おい宮代
Hey, Miyashiro.
え？あ、悪い。なんだ？
Huh? Oh, sorry. What's up?
あれどうするよ
What are we doing with that? You pointed to the map on the wall.
片付けるかもう使わないかもしれないし
Should we put it away? We might not need it anymore. Damn, everyone is so ready to pack this up. I stood in front of it again. The map was crammed with all the information we gathered so far. It all looked faded, like something that happened a long time ago.
ああ、そうか。
Huh? Oh, right. I found 2 photographs on the map that I'd completely forgotten about. The 6th and 7th incidents in the New Generation Madness, Finger Food, and Dokyun Puzzle. And the notes next to them read October 28th and November 4th. October 28th isn't 4 days? Shoot.
今日って28日なんだよな。
Today's the 28th, right? Oh, that's today. Oh. Sad trumpet noises.
そうだな。
Yeah. Ito nodded. He seemed to know what I meant. Then I saw another note stuck up there in my own handwriting. It was one I'd been thinking about ever since I was told about Mina Misawa Senri's death. Serial killer equals multiple people, including pyrokinetic.
事件は終わったんだろうか。本当に。
I wonder if the case is really over.
終わったって言ってるぜ、みんな。
That's what everyone's been saying.
それにさ、もし他に犯人がいるなら、23日だって南沢千里に代わってそいつが事件を起こしたはずだろ。
Besides, if there was another killer, they would have taken Mina Misawa Senri's place and killed someone on the 23rd.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, that's true.
けど実際は何も起こらなかった。ってことはこの可能性は消えたってことじゃないのかな。
Maybe they really thought Senri was going to succeed, but nothing happened, which means we can rule out this possibility. But is it really true that nothing happened? Ito took the note off the map.
もうやめようぜ。なんつうかさ、副部長が辛いと思うんだ。俺。
So let's just give up on the case already. Any more would only hurt the vice president even further. That's really suspicious from Ito.
うん、そうだね。しんちゃんの言う通りかも。
And of course, Onaway there to back him up. Yeah, Shinchan might be right.
な。
Okay,
そっか。
got it. Y'all are really trying to force this. I remembered Cruz's sad eyes when I told her about Mina Misawa Senri's death.
わかった。こいつの役目はここで終わりにしよう。
Alright, we can be done with this then. I slowly removed the map. Not a great idea.
けど、なんかいきなり壁がすっきりしちゃったね。
But now the wall seems kind of plain, doesn't it?
ずっとここにあったからな。
It's been here for so long, yeah. I think the reason they took the map off the wall is it's sort of meta-ish, because if you're the writer and you keep the thing on the wall, then essentially what you're doing is Chekhov's map, right? Because now you have to use it, and you're basically telling the player, just kidding, it's not over. So by taking it off the map, they're basically saying, okay, maybe it could be over. It legitimizes that possibility. It's been here for so long, yeah.
ねえ、また何か事件を探そうよ、タク。みんなをあっと驚かせるような事件。
Right? Let's just find some other case, Taku. One that'll make everyone's jaw drop.
あ、そのために作った新聞部だもんな。
Yeah, that's why I formed the newspaper club. Is this the part where we get the bad ending and then we have to go find another route? Yeah. I'm just save in case. I'm not positive what they're gonna do. Circa smiled again the way she always did. And Ito finally started to grin too.
今度は副部長に怒られない程度の事件にしとこうぜ。
Let's pick one that won't piss off the vice president this time.
わかってるよ。今回の件でさすがに懲りた。
I know, I've learned my lesson from this one. Your CoZ turned away from our game and gave me an agreement. Someone's gonna get killed. Is it gonna be Takaru? Oh, this is gonna end so damn badly. I'm gonna use the restroom again. Be right back. Okay. I'm back in the chair. Jesus Christ, my ass is sore. But I'm too invested. Alright. Let's get into it. That night, I finally went back to the RV. Yui had finally calmed down and stopped being afraid at night. This is a huge mistake. You're gonna lose someone very important to you. If Dad, Caruso, and Yuto were there, she'd probably be fine. Her old friend Yamazoe was there too.
やっぱりここは落ち着くな。
This place really does calm me down. Until you hear the knock. I sat in the chair and booted up my PC for the first time in a long while. My inbox was overflowing with spam. It was strange. It always used to annoy me, but now it felt like proof that I'd been returned to my old life.
はい、ご苦労さん。
I mean, you still want to figure out how your parents died, right? Isn't that kind of... okay. Okay, thanks, guys. Of course, I deleted them all immediately, but they didn't piss me off like they used to.
さて
Sorry about that. Now then. Come to think of it, I'd forgotten because of everything that happened, but Genson had just sold me the latest edition of Cool Cat Press and I hadn't touched it at all. I took it out from its hiding spot under my desk and started to flip through the pages. It felt like it'd been forever since I'd done that too. Let me guess, there's gonna be a sumo sticker inside of it.
1ヶ月目の恋人はどこまで許される？フレンチキス、それともディープキスまで OK？
How much can you get away with in your first month with a girl? French kissing? Or is it deep kissing also okay?
なあ、尾上、お前はどう思ってか、うわっ
Hey Onoe, what do you think? Oh, what? I almost fell out of my chair. Sarko was standing behind me looking over my shoulder.
私としては1ヶ月とかあんまり関係ないと思うんだよね。
I think it doesn't really matter what month it is, you know? What the fuck are you doing here? How did you get in here?
いやいやいや、そんなことよりお前いつの間に
Oh, forget that. When and how did you get in here?
ドアの鍵かかってなかったから。
Hehe, your door wasn't locked. Crap, I'd been so busy reading that I had no Serica.
だからって勝手に入ってくんな。ノックくらいしろよ。
Doesn't mean you can just waltz right in. At least knock first. I think knocking is scarier. Fuck, just walk right in at this point.
でもノックは嫌かなと思って。
Oh, but I didn't think you'd like it if I knocked.
タク怖がるかなって。
I thought I might scare you. She's right. If I hear knocking now, might be bad for my heart. She might seem like an airhead, but the nice thing about Serica is that you can always count on her to remember things like that. She could, from outside your RV say, "Hey, Onoe here, coming in," and then open the door and come in. Like, there are better things than just sneaking up on him.
いいか、繰り返すようだが、この本はいつもゲンさんに押し売りされてるんだ。僕が好んで買ってるわけじゃないからな。そのあたり勘違いするなよ。
Listen, okay, I know I've said this before, but Gensan forces me to buy every issue of this magazine. Don't forget that. I put my Cool Cat Press back under the desk in a very cool manner.
了解。のんちゃんには秘密にしとくね。
Does Gensan also force you to read it? Okay, got it. I'll keep it a secret from Non-chan.
こら待て、僕はそういうこと言ってるんじゃないからな。
Wait, that's not what I just said.
それでタコはどうなの？
So what about you, Taku?
何が？
What about me?
だからキスはどこまで OK？
How much can you get away with when it comes to kissing?
なんもしたこともないのにわかるか？
I don't know. I've never kissed a girl. Circus only pursed her lips unhappily.
タコってば忘れちゃったの？
Taku, you forgot?
何をだ？
Forgot what they kissed when they were like a long time ago or something?
私としたのに。そのファーストキス。
You had it with me, your, well, first kiss.
何？
What? I literally leaped out of my chair. I kissed Serica? When? Where? How? Why? According to Mina Mikata Kenji Sensei's column in Cool Cat Press, a girl's first kiss is more important to her than losing her virginity. And that's why a guy who didn't remember his first kiss was a terrible man, he'd said.
まずい。
Crap. I was sweating, unable to remember a thing, but Serica just laughed.
まあ許してあげるよ。幼稚園の頃の話だし。
Well, I forgive you. It was when we were in preschool.
ってそんな昔の話かよ。びっくりさせんな。
Wait, it was that long ago? Don't scare me like that. I mean, kisses in preschool don't count. Probably. When I told her that, Circa looked upset again.
それより何しに来たんだ？家に帰ったんじゃないのか？
Anyway, what are you doing here? I thought you weren't home. Oh, I thought you went home.
そうなんだけど、なんか少し寂しくなっちゃって、タクの顔を見に来たの。
Yeah, but I got a little lonely, so I came to see you. A little lonely or a little scared?
は？
ほら、最近ずっとみんなで一緒にいたでしょ。もちろん怖い人に狙われたのはすごく嫌だったけど、それも仲間同士で助け合って乗り越えたって感じで。
You know, we've been together all the time lately, right? Of course I didn't like it when that scary woman was after us, but we all worked together and overcame it, you know?
こういうこと言うとのんちゃんに怒られると思うから内緒だけど、私結構ドキドキしたよ。
If Nonchan heard me say this, she'd get mad, so keep it a secret, but I was pretty excited.
そっか。
Let's see.
タクはどうだった？
What about you?
僕か。僕はどうだろう。わからないな。
Me? I don't know. I'm not sure.
ふーん。
She suddenly leaned over right on top of me and reached a hand towards my computer. The sensation of her body on my back was soft and warm. I didn't know how to react whenever she did something like this.
おい、重いからどけって。
Hey, you're heavy. Get off.
重くないよ。失礼だな、君は。
I'm not heavy. You're so rude. Her white fingers gripped the mouse and she started to move it around.
部室でも言ったけど、私また新しい事件を探したいな。あ、これなんかどう？
I know I said this in the club room, but I want a new case to research. Oh, what about this? Circa opened a site for explorers of abandoned buildings, a popular genre. Most of the articles are about going into abandoned villages, factories, and mines. Are they going to do that, and that's how the case resumes? No, something's going to happen on the 28th. I bet you. It's going to be like, Yui found dead. What? Most of the articles are about people going to abandoned villages, factories, and mines. Bankrupted, empty amusement parks and department stores were also popular. They would write essays and upload photos. Some sites would also write about the bloody urban legends involving the abandoned buildings or upload photographs with ghosts in them.
こういうのはやり尽くされてるしな。あと背景の侵入って非合法だから、学校の部活でやるのは無理だと思う。
This stuff's all been done. Also, going to abandoned buildings is illegal. I don't think we could do it as a school club.
つまんないの。
Huh? That sucks. Circa moved away from me, then lay down the RV's bed. Then she yawned loudly.
ほら、そこで寝るなよ。
Hey, don't sleep there. I turned around, her eyelids were already closed.
早っ。
That was fast. I quickly stood up and shook her shoulders.
おい、眠いんなら帰って寝ろよ。
Hey, if you're sleepy, then go home and sleep.
今日は泊まってくからいい。
Huh? I'll just stay over tonight. It'll be fine. Ooh, okay. Is this going to be good for us or is this going to backfire? Because if there's more than one person here, the New-Gen Killer could realistically, they could technically real boot something. But technically if the killer's already there, then they'd only need themselves and the victim, I think. I'll just stay over tonight. It'll be fine.
何言ってんだ。僕の寝る場所がなくなるだろ。
What are you talking about? Where am I supposed to sleep?
大丈夫。私小さいからベッドで一緒に寝られるよ。
It's okay, I'm tiny, so we can sleep together.
そんなわけいくか。
We can't. Just as I grabbed her by the arm and tried to lift her up.
あ、
Uh-oh. Takaru, come back! Yui just got attacked! It kept going, so it probably wasn't an email attacks, but a phone call. Takaru, help me! I'm being attacked! From Aramura. I had no choice but to leave Sarika on the bed while I went to answer it. I looked at the screen and saw the call was from Ito.
今頃なんだろう。新しい事件のネタでも見つけたのか。
Now what? Did you find some new case for us? Oh, you wish. I answered the phone.
もしもし。
ど
どうした伊藤。
What's up, Ito?
アットちゃん見たか？
Have you checked that channel recently? His voice was tense and anxious.
アットチャンネル
That channel?
とにかく見てみろ。ニュージェネ関連のスレならどこでもいい。
Just check it. Any of the new gen threads will do.
なんだよ一体。
What's going on? Well, I guess the new gen killer on October 28th is not taking the risk with any of Takaru's party again, knowing that they could fail. So they're probably targeting some stranger. I walked over to my PC confused and opened that channel. I decided to start by opening the news board. There's quite a few threads about the original and current new gen madness incidents.
Huh?
I couldn't believe my eyes. The page was filled with the names Mina Misawa Senri and Haida Riko. I could see the words burnt to death here and there too.
警察が犯人を公表したのか。
Did the police go public with her name?
違う。読んでみるとわかるが、どっかから情報が漏れたらしい。
No. As you'll see when you read the threads, it seems this information was leaked.
情報が漏れた。
It leaked? Who leaked it? I opened up a thread and saw that yes, the police were still remaining silent. Haida Riko, killer behind the return to the new generation attacks, goes up in flames. Suicide? Murder? It. Name Astaroth. Submitted October 28th, 2015. So it's today. On the afternoon of October 24th, a temp worker named Haida Riko, 18 years old, was found burnt to death inside her condo in Shibuya Ward. It was reported that she burnt herself to death in a suicide after having trouble at work, but sources close to the investigation say that she was a suspect in the return to the New Generation Madness case. The police are considering the possibility that Haida Riko is a false name and trying to determine her real identity. However, her body is badly damaged and the investigation is proceeding slowly. From Marahika, whatever, some site. Previous thread. Haida Riko, killer behind the return, the new generation tax goes up in flames. Suicide and murder 7. This is from CHNet. .cgi now news. Okay. Anonymous reproduction. So Haida Riko's a fake name. We're sure the killer Mina Misawa Senri. Someone let me know. The guy on /crazy girls are starting to track her down. By the way, this security camera footage is what we think is Mina Misawa Senri. It's an old photo. Oh shit, it's going too fast. She got buddies? Of course, a girl couldn't do this all on her own. It sounds like she came from a religious orphanage. Oh, is that what happened? The people in the photo in 248 were friends there. Seems like they're all doing this together. /Grazer Girls is talking about an orphanage. About the orphanage 252 mentioned. They're making calls already. Way to go, Crazy Girls. Do you think Kawahara and No-No-chan are in this? Call here, Alba Clinic, 03-346X-XS93. The girl in the photos with Senri is totally my type. A cute girl like that's a killer? 254. If nothing else, it looks like she was helping Mina Misawa hide. She didn't kill anyone herself. That's abetting. There's a rumor she's the student council president at Hekio Academy. They're calling there too. But there was a picture Aramura and I had seen of her on the security camera. A photo of her from when she was a student. And there was a ton of weird information on the Misawa Senri, no source even given. Some of it said...
おい、なんだよこれ。
248, she used to be cute, now she's an old hag. What happened to poor little Senri? 249, this Senri and her buddies will kill you, lol. What the hell is this? Where'd they get that photo? No one has that photo, right? Wait, who are all the people that have that photo? I imagine maybe... This was before cell phones, right? So it would have to be like a book. Like a picture book, right? So it would have to be someone in the family who has access to the picture book. Or the original photo on a camera? Whoever took the photo? If this is an orphanage, then I guess it would be someone from the orphanage? I think that's most likely, because, like, this isn't a picture of, like, taken of a photo in a book. This is, like, perfectly cropped, I guess you could call it, so... Or not cropped at all, I should say. Because this probably came from the original camera, which means this is at the orphanage, if I had to guess. But what the hell is this?
見つけたか?
Did you find the post?
くそ、情報弱者どもがろくに確かめもしないで何適当なこと書き込んでんだ。
Damn, wrong siders. They're just posting crap. They didn't bother and check the facts. I was angry because I saw Cruz and Carl Harukun's names mixed in with the information on Minasawa Senri. The first idiot who posted was probably an old classmate of theirs. The three of them were friends and they were always together. That information had nothing to do with the case. What were they thinking? And the irresponsible comments that came after were even worse. Another thread had said Minasawa had once lived in Alba Dorm and that Caruso visited her every day in her condo. What the fuck? This was insane. There were even morons saying that Caruso was an accomplice to the murders because she'd helped Minasawa Senri stay hidden and that the police are coming to arrest her. Well, the middle part, well, the first part might be correct. Because she did have Minasawa Senri's phone number. That was probably why her phone number had been shown up on a telephone harassment website. Telephone harassment refers to the act of making unsolicited telephone calls to an individual or group. More specifically, it is when said individual or group has done nothing wrong. As a result, people, often internet users, call them en masse in order to interrogate or insult them. While it's supposedly done out of a sense of justice or righteous anger, in reality, many people just do it for fun or because everyone else is doing it.
ふざけるなよ。
Damn it all. When I saw that Caruso's graduation photos uploaded along Senri's, I slammed my fist down onto the desk.
事件がやっと終わったっていうのに、何なんだよこれ。
The case is finally over, so why is this happening?
どうしたのタク?
Oh, what's going on, Taku? Sarika jumped up when she heard me yell.
切るぞ伊藤。クルスに電話してみる。
I'm hanging up Ito. I'm gonna call Caruso.
いや、俺も電話してみたがダメだった。副部長は電源を切ってる。
Wait, that won't work. I already tried. She turned off her phone. Why? Oh, because she was being telephone harassed, obviously. I hit my computer's power button and quickly headed for the door.
わかった。直接アワリを行ってみる。
Fine, I'll go to Albador myself.
ああ、俺も行く。向こうで落ち合おう。
Yeah, I'm on the way there too. See you there. Try not to run into anyone dangerous. Ito hung up as well.
尾上、悪いがちょっと留守番しててくれ。
Oh no way, sorry, but I need you to stay here. Why?
やだよ。のんちゃんに何かあったんでしょ？私も連れてって。
What? No, something happened to Nonchan, right? Take me too. Sarika followed after me as I ran out the door. What happened to the whole thing about Gigalomaniacs staying together, psychics staying together? I didn't have a choice, so the two of us ran towards Alba Dorm. There are already several strange vans parked outside the dorm when we got there. Don't tell me ambulances. Some people are already wandering outside with video cameras. So it's just like annoying harassers.
マスゴミめ
Oh, it's...
起きてんのかいい加減にしろよ
Yeah, I just realized as I said it, it's the mainstream media. My bad. They're already here, screw them. As we got close to Alba Dorm, I could feel several sets of eyes upon me.
ねえちょっといいかな君らはもしかしてここの子
Hey, can I talk to you? Do you two live here? Several men who appear to be reporters start to surround us.
はい何がですか
I'm sorry, what?
だからここに住んでる子
I said, do you live here?
違います。すみません。通してください。
No, please, let us through.
じゃあ友達かなクルスノノって子知ってる
Then, are you a friend? Do you know a girl named Kurusu Nono?
知りません
No. I decided to lie. If I told them I knew Kurusu, I figured I wouldn't be able to take another step.
それじゃあさ南沢千里っていう名前に心当たりはないかな
Does the name Minamisawa Senri mean anything to you?
ネットで見なかった。例の猟奇殺人の犯人らしいんだけどね。
Did you see on the internet? She's supposedly a serial killer.
だからほんと知らないです僕たちそのアウバインに薬をもらいに来ただけですから
I really don't know anything. We just came to Alba Clinic to get some medicine. Then I grabbed Serica's hand and started to run. I shook off the hands that tried to grab for me and rang in the bell for Alba Clinic, not Alba Dorm. Is one of the mainstream media people in the crowd going to stab them or something? I could hear several frustrating noises behind me. Maybe it was just because the police hadn't made their announcement yet, but even the media didn't seem to want to step on the clinic's property. It would probably be considered trespassing. I soon heard someone on the other side of the door.
僕だよ尾上もいる
It's me. Onoe's here too. I whispered that and the door opened. I slid inside and the door was quickly closed again.
よおかえり
Hey, welcome back. Dad was standing in the front lobby chuckling.
こんばんは、佐久間先生。なんか大変ですね。
Good evening, Dr. Sakuma. Seems like things are really getting rough.
まあなこんなのは初めてだからどうしていいのやら
Yeah, it's a first for me, so I'm not sure what to do. Well, okay, something just occurred to me. In the man-child case, the nurse killed her own baby to perform one of the new-gen killings. So, really, no one's off the table in terms of who's guilty here. Who could potentially be guilty. So basically what I'm saying is Sakuma Wataru, you never know. Maybe he's part of some cult. Cosmic Church of Divine Light. Dad scratched the back of his head.
クルスはどうしてる
How's Kurusu doing?
意外と言っちゃかわいそうだが割と塞ぎ込んでるあいつにしては珍しい
I'd feel bad if I said I found this surprising, but she's pretty depressed. That's rare for her. Man, this game is really good at making you suspect everyone. That's me adding to my previous statement. It's not related to what he said. I'd figure that Kurusu was like any other girl. She was either scared or depressed after what happened. But it hurt to hear that a strong-willed girl like her was feeling down.
早く行ってやれタグルたちの顔を見れば少しは元気になるだろう
Sorry about that. Okay. Go see her and it'll probably cheer her up a bit. Of course.
はい。
Alright. Serica and I ran up the stairs to the dorm. You see Kurusu sitting at the dining table with her head drooping down. past her, hiding in the kitchen, were you and Yuto looking very worried. There's a cold cup of English breakfast tea on the table, and Yamazo is pacing around, wondering if she would make a new one.
ただいま。
I'm back.
こんばんは。
Hello. They all looked relieved to see us.
タクルにセリカさん、よかった来てくれて。
Big bro, Serika-san, I'm glad you came.
ああ、
I waved to Yui a little, then tried to talk to Kurusu.
大丈夫か、クルス。
You okay, Kurusu? Kurusu slowly looked up as if she'd only now just realized we were here. Her tone made obviously she was trying to hide her shock.
心配して来てくれたの？ありがとう。
Did you rush over here because you're worried about me? Thank you.
ああ、伊藤も来るってさ。
Yeah, Ito says he's on his way too.
そう。そんなところに立ってないで座ったら。
I see. Hey, why are you still standing up? Take a seat.
そうだな。
Oh, yeah, you're right.
うん。
Circa and I sat across from her. Now Zoe quickly brought us some tea.
クルスさん、お茶新しくしましょうか。
Kurusu-san, shall I make you some new tea?
いいわ。ありがとう。
Huh? No, I'm fine, thanks. Kurusu smiled and politely refused her timid offer. Yamazoe looked a little sad to hear that.
なあ、クルス。
Hey, Kurusu.
あんまり気にすんなよ。
Don't let it get to you too much, okay?
アットチャンネルなんて秋っぽいやつらばっかりだ。人の噂も75日とか言うけど、75日も持たない。多分1ヶ月もしないうちにみんな忘れると思う。
Everyone at channel has the attention span of a 3-year-old. I bet they'll all forget about this in a month.
だから、その間だけちょっと我慢すれば。
So just have to put up with this for a short while. Hyphen of death.
私のことはいいの。何を言われても別に構わないわ。
Okay. No, that's not what bothers me. I don't care what they say about me.
でも私の大切な人たちや大切な家に迷惑がかかるのが許せない。
I can't let them get away with doing this to the people I care about, to Alba Dorm. Very mature way of approaching it. Her voice was shaking with sorrow. You and Yuto ran out from the kitchen and grabbed onto her from both sides.
ののね、平気だよ。私なら全然平気。
It's fine, big sis. I'm fine, I promise.
僕も大丈夫だから。
I'm fine too.
ゆうと。でも学校でいじめられたりしたら。
But if they bully you at school,
そんなの気にならないよ。
that won't bother me.
っていうか、ユウをいじめるようなやつがいたら、私がただじゃおかないから。
If anyone tries to bully you, they'll have to deal with me. Kurusu's eyes were wet with tears.
ごめん。ごめんね。
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
どうしてのの姉が謝るの？
Why are you apologizing?
何も悪いことしてないのに。
You didn't do anything wrong.
そうだよ。謝ることないよ、のんちゃん。
She's right. You don't have to apologize for anything, Non-chan. Everybody rushed to defend her. Yet all she did was stare at the ground with a worried expression like she was overcome by sorrow. Seeing Kurusu like that filled me with indescribable wrath. Where the hell had this information leaked from? And why would information come out that made her look like an accomplice just because she was an old friend of a serial killer? It didn't make sense. It was crazy. And then I realized that something was wrong. I've been so shocked by what had happened that I didn't have time to think about it, but...
なんか おかしくないか。
This doesn't make sense at all. At Channel is always looking for a new target to make a fuss over, and Minasawa Senri fit the bill perfectly. But had there really been enough time for them to start focusing on Kurusu and Alba Dorm? Even for At Channel, that was weird.
まるで誰かがそう仕向けてるような。
It's like someone set this up. As soon as I thought of that, I froze. Someone set this up? Are they after Kurusu? Or maybe Alba Dorm?
それってどういうことだ？
But why? Who would do that? And for what reason? Kunasato, maybe? What could they gain by going after Kurusu and Alba Dorm?
くそ、全然わからない。
Damn it, doesn't make any sense. I mean, I sometimes forget about this, but the overarching villain, we know. At the end of the day, no matter what evidence comes out, no matter who does what, always remember in the back of your mind that Momose is Committee of 300. I took the phone out of my pocket and dialed a number.
どこ？どうしたの？
What's wrong? Everyone looked at me surprised. I motioned for them to be quiet and stood up. I needed to move somewhere where I wouldn't be overheard to avoid worrying Kurusu more. I hurried to my own room, then focused on the sound of the ringing phone.
早く出てくれよ。早く。
Come on, pick up, pick up. Who could he be calling? Is it Shinjo? Is it Aramura? It's the only phone numbers he has. Surely it wouldn't be Ito, right? That doesn't make sense. After a long time, there was finally an answer.
ああ、宮代君、ちょうどよかった。今電話しようと。
Oh, Miyashiro-kun? Good, I was just about to call. Shinjo-san seemed to be in just as much as a hurry as I was, but I cut him off and screamed at him.
どうしておかしな情報が漏れてるんです？
What's with these ridiculous leaks?
ネットの件か。今、サイバー対策課が調べてる。もう少し待ってくれ。それより。
Is this about what's on the internet? Cybercrimes Division is investigating it, so just hang on there a little longer. More importantly, hyphen of death.
警察から漏洩したんじゃないんですか？
The police didn't leak it?
それも含めて今調査中だ。
That's what we're trying to find out. Nope, the police didn't leak it because it was Kunasato. Shinjo-san sounded a little upset. Probably didn't want to think about any of his colleagues had leaked important information.
それより君は今どこにいる？
More importantly, where are you?
青葉寮ですけど。
Alba Dorm, why?
ちょうどよかった。いいか、よく聞け。これは君たちの命に関わる重大な話だ。
Good. Listen to me very carefully. Your lives are in danger.
え？
What the hell is he talking about?
俺も君たちも大変な勘違いをしていたんだ。皮肉な話だが、ネットに情報が漏れたおかげで判明した。
All of us have made a terrible mistake. Ironically, the leak on the internet is what cleared it up. A mistake?
君や有村さんを襲ったパイロキネシスト。あれは
The pyrokinetic that attacked you in Aramura-san
南沢千里じゃなかった。
wasn't Minamisawa Senri. You're telling me that Riko Haida had Minamisawa Senri's ID card, but was not actually Minamisawa Senri? Then why did she limp with her leg?
Huh?
My eyes went wide as I stood there in shock. My grip on the phone tightened.
南沢千里じゃなかった。
It wasn't Minamisawa Senri?
あ、
That's right.
じゃあ誰なんです？
Then who was it?
ハイダリコだ。
Haida Riko.
はあ？それって偽名じゃ。
Huh? Wasn't that just an alias?
そう。俺たちはハイダリコというのが偽名で、偽の身元だとばかり思っていた。
Yes, that's what we thought, that the Haida Rico identity was false and being used as an alias.
でも、ネット上に彼女を実際に知っているという情報がいくつも書き込まれているのを見つけたんだ。
But we found several comments online from people saying that they actually knew her.
最初はただのデマだと思ったんだが、一応その書き込みをもとに彼女の故郷と言われる場所を地元警察に洗ってもらった。
At first, we thought they were fake, but we used the comments to track down the place where she supposedly grew up and had the local police check it out.
その結果、ハイダリコの実在が確認された。
And we discovered that Haida Rico really did exist.
そんな。
No way.
マンションで見つかった焼死体の歯の治療痕も地元の歯科医の記録と完全に一致した。間違いない。
The corpse's teeth and her signs of treatment were a perfect match with her local dentist's records. There's no doubt about it.
俺たちが南沢千里だと決めつけていたパイロキネシストはハイダリコという全くの別人だったんだよ。
The pyrokinetic that we thought was Misawa Senri was actually Haida Rico, a completely different person. I feel like they're making the mistake of thinking that the pyrokinetic's body is the same as the one that was burnt to a crisp in that room. Like, I feel like it's completely possible that the pyrokinetic is Minamisawa Senri, but also that was Haida Rico who was dead there.
ちょっと待ってください。
Well, wait a second, because, like, the broken leg thing. I moved the phone away from my ear so I could think for a second.
見つけた。
I found you. That woman wasn't Minamisawa Senri? Then did the real Minamisawa die in the Shibuya earthquake after all, like, just like Kurusu said? But Aramura said that was a lie.
どうして僕は狙われたんだ。
If so, then why'd she come after us? I've never known any woman named Haida Rico. I've never met her or even heard the name before the return of the New Gen Madness began. I can't think of any reason why she'd come after me. What the hell was she doing with Minamisawa Senri's ID card then? Because that is Minamisawa Senri. I couldn't think straight. My mind just kept coming up with new questions.
もしもし、宮代君、聞いてるか？
Hello, Miyashiro-kun, are you still there?
はい。
Yes. I put the phone back to my ear when I heard the panic in his voice.
さっきハイダリコの検視結果がようやく出た。死亡推定時刻は10月23日の未明から昼頃にかけてだ。
We just got some forensics results back on Haida Rico's death. She died sometime between the early morning and afternoon on October 23rd.
10月23日。
So if Haida Rico died on the 23rd, and she supposedly was there at midnight to attack them, that doesn't make sense. Early morning and afternoon, but she was there at the front door at fucking midnight.
そうだ。その時間帯に彼女はすでに死んでいた。
That's right, she was already dead by the time. You're stupid.
でも23日の夜、僕はカフェで襲われたんですよ。
But I was attacked at the cafe on the night of the 23rd.
これは久野里さんの説だが、君を襲ったのはハイダリコ本人じゃない。多分別の能力者がハイダリコの妄想を君に見せただけだ。それしか説明がつかない。
Kunosato-san has a theory that it wasn't Haida Rico herself who attacked you. It was probably another psychic who just showed you a delusion of her. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
別の能力者。
Another psychic? I felt cold, sticky sweat forming on my forehead. Don't tell me the Empress is pretending not to see D-swords. I felt cold, sticky sweat forming on my forehead. Another psychic, which means we're not in the clear and we still have to worry about being killed on the 28th, today. I'd suspected it many times, but in the end I'd discard the possibility. But, okay, Tachibana Yui's ability is telepathy with her brother, right? So does that instantly mean she can't be the one that showed him the delusion? That's why I thought this was all over.
ハイダリコの頭部はかなり損壊していてすぐにわからなかったんだが、脳に肥大化の痕跡が発見された。猟奇殺人の他の被害者と全く同じだ。
Hidoriko's head was badly damaged, so it took time to find out. Her brain shows the same signs of swelling as the other victims.
おそらく彼女は思考を操られ、自分で自分を串刺しにした挙句、さらに自身の体を燃やしたんだ。この異常な手口も他の被害者と共通している。
She was probably mind controlled into skewing herself with a rebar and setting herself on fire. This absurd MO matches the other murders too.
じゃあ真犯人は10月23日に能力者であるハイダリコを惨殺したということになる。
Then the real culprit killed Hidoriko, who is a psychic, on the 23rd. So Hidoriko legitimately has the power of pyrokinesis, and now that pyrokinetic is gone, we just don't have to worry about that? So there should be no more serial arson cases, if that's true. Then the real culprit killed Hidoriko. Who is the psychic on the 23rd?
そうだ。スケジュール通りにな。
Yes, right on schedule. It has to be Kunosato Mio, right? Because when we're in the basement, we saw a delusion of a big monster that kind of was in Mio's attire with sumo masks, which means Mio's ability is to project illusions into your mind. That's her ability. It's not turning into a big monster, it's projecting delusions into your mind. And if we're going by the rule of every psychic has one power, it has to be her. Yes, right on schedule.
ってことは
Which means I was too scared to say what came next, but Shinjo-san said it for me.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来は23日で途切れてなんかいなかったんだ。事件はまだ続いている。
The return of the new gen madness didn't end on the 23rd. The murders aren't over at all. And today is October 28th. If the murders aren't over,
気をつけろ、宮代君。多分誰かが狙われてる。
be careful, Miyashiro-kun. One of you is probably their next target. I felt like every hair on my body was standing up on end. Bro, my hair is standing up. What? We have no time to prepare. I imagine a hand reaching out from somewhere, putting a cold knife up against my throat. I couldn't shake the delusion for the life of me.
新庄さん、僕たちどうしたら。
Shinjo-san, what do we do?
とにかく一人になるな。君のところに今後輩を向かわせてる。
Just make sure you're not alone. One of my men is heading toward Alba Dorm right now.
俺は有村さんの家へ行って彼女を保護する。その足で君らのところへ向かうから。いいね。
I'm going to Armura-san's place to pick her up, then I'll head to where you are. Understood? Is Armura going to be dead when he arrives there?
はい、お願いします。
Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, I love Shinjo. I hung up, jammed the phone in my pocket, and ran out of the room. My legs were shaking, and I almost fell over several times. When I got to the dining room, Cruz and Serika were folding everyone's laundry.
何かしていないとつい悪いことばかり考えてしまって。
If I don't keep myself occupied, I'd just start thinking bad things. Well, unfortunate timing. Cruz forced herself to smile as she looked at me. You're gonna have to start thinking about some bad things. But she must have seen the look on my face because her smile faded instantly.
どうかしたの？
What's wrong?
タク？
ユイたちはどうした？
Where are Yui and the others? I couldn't see Yui, Yuto, or Yamazoe.
ウキちゃんと一緒に佐久間先生のお手伝い。今日はもう委員を閉めるんでお掃除をしに下へ行ったよ。
They're helping Dr. Sakuma. The clinic's closing for today, so they went downstairs to clean.
そっか。
I see. Dad had probably figured that with all the media outside, he wouldn't get any work done today, so he must have decided to close up early. I looked out of the curtain and saw that the street was filled with vans. None of them showed any signs of leaving. But whether this was fair or not, even though I hated them a moment ago, I now felt glad that they were there. With this many people around, no matter who they were, the killer wouldn't be able to get us easily. Hello? You were filled, I mean, you were around other people at Cafe Lax, and that didn't do much. I went to close the curtain and saw that there was some kind of commotion going on outside. The window glass is too thick for me to hear, but something must have happened while I was on the phone.
尾上、クルスのこと頼む。何があっても絶対にそばを離れないでやってくれ。絶対にだぞ。
Oh no, I take care of Kurusu. Don't leave her side for a second, no matter what. Her eyes just twitched rapidly. I don't know why I noticed that. I don't think it means anything. Huh? Oh, okay.
ねえタクル、何かあったのなら教えて。
Takaru, if something happened, tell me.
後でちゃんと話すから。とにかく任せたぞ、尾上。
I will in a bit. I'm counting on you, Inoue.
オッケー。
These two weren't psychics, so they were probably safe, but it was best to be sure. I ran downstairs to the clinic. I could see Yamazo and Yuto cleaning up the equipment in the examination room.
父さんとユイは
Where are Dad and Yui?
父さん、外でマスコミの人と喧嘩してる。
Dad's outside fighting with the media.
喧嘩
Fighting?
はい。医院の窓から中を隠し撮りしようとした人がいたんです。それで佐久間先生が怒って外へ。
Yes, someone was trying to take photos through one of the clinic's windows, so Dr. Sakuma got mad and went outside. Okay, hopefully this isn't a trap. I listened carefully, and sure enough, I hear Dad arguing with what sounded like a reporter.
ユイも父さんと一緒なのか
Is Yui with Dad?
え、お姉ちゃん？
Huh, sis? Yuto and Yamazoe look confused.
お姉ちゃんならさっきタクル兄ちゃんのところへ行ったでしょ？
She just went to find you.
何
What? Yui went to find me?
いや来てないぞ。
I didn't see her.
でも確かに寮へ上がっていきました。
But I saw her go upstairs to the dorm.
そんなバカな。
That's impossible. I turned around and ran back up the stairs to the dorm. I'm shivering. Ah! What happened?
ユイどこだユイ
Yui, where are you? Yui! But I couldn't find her no matter where I looked up. Oh my god, I'm tearing up. Please. She wasn't in her room, the bath, or the toilet. I looked everywhere. I'm stressing out, bro. After I looked everywhere I could, I finally decided to check the dorm's emergency exit and shivered as I saw that the inside latch was undone.
いつもはきちんと鍵がかかってるはずなのに。
It's always locked. Did she go outside? Why? I could feel my heart pounding with terror as I ran back into the clinic.
やっぱりどこにもいない。
I knew it. She's not here.
そんなはずないよ。さっき伊藤さんが来て。
That can't be. Ito-san just came.
伊藤
Ito? No!
はい。それでゆいさんは伊藤さんと上へ行ったんです。
Yes, and she went upstairs to Ito-san to find you. No! Ito! I fucking knew, you freaky little prick.
伊藤と一緒なんだな。ユイ一人じゃなくて。
She was with Ito, right? She wasn't alone.
はい。
She was with Ito, and that's the problem. Yes. I see. I breathed a small sigh of relief. Don't be. If it was just Yui, she might have been in danger, but if she wasn't alone, it wouldn't be as easy for someone to attack her.
とにかく伊藤に電話してみる。
Anyway, I'll call him. As I took out my phone, Circa and Kurusu came into the room. They were worried. They looked even more worried when I told them that Yui and Ito had vanished.
ゆいと伊藤くんが
You're saying the two of them are together?
どこ行っちゃったんだろ
Where'd they go?
もしもし、伊藤が
Everyone's talking so calmly, but I feel like they shouldn't be. I'm stressing out, so I'm reading it all dramatically, but... Hello, Ito. Hmm? Oh, Miyashiro.
お前どこにいるんだ
Where are you?
どこってコンビニから帰るところだよ。買い出ししてきたんだ。
Just hanging back from the convenience store, we did some shopping. Are you stupid? Why did you leave through the emergency exit? To avoid the media? Ito's voice is the same as ever.
ユイは一緒なのか？
Where's Yui? Is she with you?
そばにいるけど。
Huh? She's right next to me. Why did you take her shopping?
そうか。
I see. Felt relieved but screamed in the phone anyway.
お前な、コンビニに行くなら誰かに断ってからにしろよ。ユイまで連れ出してみんな心配してんだぞ。
If you're gonna go to the store, then tell someone and don't take Yui. Everybody was worried.
確かにそうだったな。悪い悪い。
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
とにかく急いで戻ってきてくれ。ユイが危険かもしれないんだ。
Anyway, just hurry back. Yui might be in danger.
それなら大丈夫だろう。ゆいちゃんに何かあったら、俺が手術して治してやるからさ。
Huh? Oh, don't worry about that. If something happens to Yui-chan, I'll do an operation to fix her right up. Shinji's a psychic?
Huh?
My mouth hung open for a second. An operation? What the hell is he talking about? Oh no! Oh my god! I fucking knew it! Okay, I suspected Onoe and Ito at the same time, but I was wrong. It was just Ito. Oh my god. Oh, you sus motherfucker. Ooh. I knew it. I fucking knew it. This guy. Bad things follow Takaru, who also follows Takaru. Ito.
Huh?
And then I realized that I could hear muffled moans coming through the phone.
おい、伊藤、今のユイの声じゃないのか？何やってんだ？
Hey Ito, is that Yui's voice? What are you doing?
あのさ、俺、いつか佐久間先生みたいな医者になろうと思ってたんだよな。知ってたか？
No, I always wanted to be a doctor like Dr. Sakuma. Did you know that? Is he being mind controlled? He has to be.
だから何してんだよお前。
I said, what are you doing?
やっぱコンビニで買ったナイフじゃ切れ味が悪いな。確かに痛いだろう、これじゃ。
This knife I bought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. This is probably gonna hurt.
おい伊藤、何冗談言ってんだ。ユイを電話に出せ。おい。
Ito, stop screwing around. Put Yui on the phone now.
宮代、お前さ、急いで持ってきてくれないか？ちゃんと切れるメスと麻酔薬。
Yeah, sure. Could you bring me a scalpel and some anesthetic real quick?
あと、骨を切るノコギリみたいなのなかったっけ？これじゃあ、ゆいちゃんがかわいそうだ。
Also, you got that thing that cuts bones. I feel bad using this on Yui-chan. He hung up.
ユイ、どうしたんだユイ。
We don't know where they are. Yui, what's going on? Yui! I pushed the call button again and again with shaking fingers, but he must have turned off his phone because he didn't pick up.
なんだよ。どうして伊藤が。
What's going on? Why is Ito? My mind couldn't process this. It was too hard to believe.
タクル、ユイがどうかしたの？
You should have put that shit on speaker, bro. Takaru, what happened to Yui?
なんか悲鳴みたいなの聞こえたけど。
Heard it sound like a scream.
タクル兄ちゃん。
Big bro? I suddenly felt like I was about to throw up. I shoved my face into the sink and tossed up everything I had in my stomach. It was like I was vomiting up hate, fear, and despair. No matter how much I tried it wouldn't stop.
大丈夫タクル。
Takaru, what's wrong? When I had thrown up so much that there wasn't even any stomach fluid left, I turned around and saw Kurusu behind me.
クルス、電話だ。新庄さんにとにかく電話してくれ。
Kurusu, the phone, call Shinjo-san immediately.
このまま
Yui's going to be killed. I let Kurusu handle getting in touch with Shinjo-san and ran out the emergency exit to the dorm. Yui, where are you? Answer me, Yui! My voice echoed down the rows of houses. Some nearby reporters ran over. What's wrong, kid?
何かあったのかい？
Did something happen?
さっきここから誰か出て行きませんでしたが。
Do you see anyone come this way earlier?
僕くらいの男と、あともう少し若い女の子です。知りませんか？
A boy about my size and a girl a little younger. Did you see them?
あの二人かな。インタビューしようとしたら無視されたけど。
Oh, those two? I tried to interview them and they ignored me.
どっちへ行きました？
Which way did they go?
確かあっちだと思うけど。
I think they went that way. I ran to the direction he pointed to without stopping or looking behind me. Hey, you! I could hear them asking about what happened, but I didn't have time to tell them. Yui! Ito! Where are you? I ran, screaming the names of my little sister and best friend. It hurt to breathe, but I couldn't stop running. My only thoughts as I ran were of Yui's safety and Ito's strange behavior. Ito, why? What the hell are you doing? He's clearly being mind-controlled, maybe. His tone had been the same as ever. It was the exact same tone he always used when he was laughing about the latest weird school gossip. There are so many better candidates for who the actual killer is. This guy's just being manipulated. It's probably Kunosato doing it, because that's what she does. So why would he do that to Yui? It has to be some kind of mistake. Because Ito wouldn't. No, wait.
もし他に犯人がいるなら23日だって南沢千里に代わってそいつが事件を起こしたはずだろ
Besides, if there was another killer, they would have taken Minamisawa Senri's place and killed someone on the 23rd.
けど実際は何も起こらなかったってことはこの可能性は消えたってことじゃないのかな
But nothing happened, which means we can rule out this possibility. Uh...
もうやめようぜなんつうかさ副部長が辛いと思うんだ俺
But it wasn't just him doing it, Onoue also agreed. So let's just give up on the case already, any more would only hurt the vice president even further.
別の能力者の可能性を完全に排除してしまったのはあの時だ。
That's when I gave up on the idea of there being another psychic.
伊藤はクリスのことを引き合いに出して僕に考える間も与えずに
Ito used Kurusu to keep me from really having time to think.
重大なメモを剥がして捨てた。
Then he took that important note down and threw it away. Was he being mind controlled at this point?
それじゃあれはわざと
So that was deliberate? Obviously, the more I thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. They're gonna find them? How long had I been running for? My throat was dry and it stung. I was gasping for breath and in dire need of water. Sweat was dripping off of me and I was so out of breath I couldn't think straight. Where am I? I looked around and saw that I was in the residential area of Shibuya that the reconstruction teams hadn't gone around to yet. There were still a lot of abandoned houses. Even during the day, there was little foot traffic, and there were always rumors that at night you could see the vengeful ghosts of the people who died in the earthquake wandering beneath the streetlights. It wasn't that far from Alba Dorm, which meant that during my search, I must have circled back without knowing it. It's gonna be impossible. Just as about to turn around and head for Miyashita Park or Hekiho Academy, I heard a faint sound. A tiny noise like cloth being torn. I thought I might have imagined it, but I forced my aching legs forward to look in the alleyway where I heard it anyway. The lights didn't reach into the alley, so I could see nothing but darkness. I could hear a sound of water going drip, drip, drip. Some house's pipe must have broken. I took another step forward into darkness like I was being drawn in by the sound. Suddenly, there were several sharp metallic clangs at my feet. I quickly jumped back, surprised. Up until this point, every victim has been a legal adult. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw that there were fruit knives. If I'm not mistaken... Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. So, the legal adult age in Japan, I think, is 16. But I think at one point, it was 13. Which Yui is. So, she's not in the clear? When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw that there were fruit knives. And all of them were stained dark with something. Their blades bent or broken in places. Uh-oh. This knife I bought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. I felt something cold crawl up my back as I remembered Ito's words.
おい、ユイ、いるのか？ユイ。
Ito's so fucking dead. The moment Takaru gets his fucking hands on Ito, he's using his telepathy to like twist his head off. Hey Yui, are you there? Yui. I took another step forward. There was what felt like a puddle of water at my feet, and I heard a splash. You and I both know that's not water. But there was no answer. I took another step forward. The splash got louder, and then I realized that the liquid was sticking to my shoe. I looked down and saw that my shoe was stained the same dark red color as the knives. This isn't just water. The wind must have changed course, because the moment I had that thought, I smelled something awful. I inhaled a full breath of the stench before I could even cover my nose and mouth. They put her into boxes? And then I looked towards the source of the smell. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it. And that's her head. What is this? It was the unpleasant but somehow seductive and sweet smell of meat. I could see small boxes laid out in the rough shape of a human body. It looked like some kind of grotesque homemade doll. The dark red liquid is flowing from those boxes. And suddenly, I felt an urge to throw up. How long did it take me to realize I was staring at what was left of my little sister? Because of that, it took me a little while to notice the man further down the alley staring at the pool of blood. They are going to get it. Takaru is going to give out the worst ass beating of his life. You. Why? He was holding the murder weapon in his hand. It was dripping with blood. Oh my god, the dynamic is going to be so different in the group now. Ito's a killer. How's Onoe going to react to this? And also, they lost a sibling? The entire family is going to be thrown into fucking... Why? I told you why. I want to be a doctor. Answer me, Ito! Ito hopped over what used to be you and spoke to me in the same casual tone he always used.
どうしてだって？それは俺の方の質問だよな。
Why? I'm the one who should be asking you that.
お前さ、なんであの時助けなかったんだ？
Why didn't you save her back then?
あの時
Back then?
なんで 見捨てたんだ。
Why did you abandon her?
捨てたって誰よ。
What are you talking about? Talking about Minamisawa Senri?
誰って。千里はあんなに苦しんでただろうが。
Who? Senri died in so much pain! Senri? Minasawa Senri? Why is he talking about her like that? Why is Ito talking about Senri of all people?
どうだ。自分の大切なものを失う自分は、自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる自分は。
So, tell me, how did it feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets, and to know how powerless you are? Don't tell me. It can't be the Empress. Is it? Is it Kawahara-kun? No. Kunasato? But Kunasato hates Gigalomaniacs, so that would include Senri. I felt nothing but confusion. Is it Senri? But if Senri died, supposedly, and this is someone trying to avenge Senri, then it has to be like Kawahara-kun or the Empress. I felt nothing but confusion. What I was looking at didn't seem real. So I just stood there and stared at Ito's face, dumbfounded.
俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前が見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。
She was everything to me, and you left her to die. But now my revenge can finally be complete. Ito, you. What was the relationship between Minamisawa, Senri, and Ito? I kind of figured that Ito's just being mind controlled. What happened between them? It didn't look like I'd even have time to think about it. Ito's knife got steadily closer to me.
次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか。
Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that scalpel and anesthetic?
それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ゆいちゃんみたいにな。
If not, it's gonna hurt real bad, just like it did for Yui-chan. Ito wore a murderer's smile. Oh, so that's how it's gonna be. For some reason, I lost the capacity to think clearly. That was the only thought that was left. You're gonna twist his head off with telekinesis? I'm not even gonna look like a person when he's done with me. Just like Yui. The terror completely overwhelmed me, and all I could do was stare into Ito's bloodshot eyes as he slowly approached me, and wait for the moment of my death. Shinjo's gonna show up and shoot him. Kurusu no. And then, I heard what sounded like a scream behind me. It was enough to bring me back to my senses. It can't be Kawahara-kun, is it? Who's the bad guy? I looked back and saw Kurusu standing under the streetlight, her shoulders heaving up and down.
伊藤君、何をしているの？
Ito-kun, what are you doing? Her eyes went wide when she saw that knife in Ito's hand. No, stay back. He'll kill you too. Get away from here, Kurusu. I want to tell her to get away, but only meaningless noises came out of my mouth. It was like my vocal cords had been paralyzed.
答えて、伊藤君。
Answer me, Ito-kun. Kurusu did the exact opposite of what I hoped she would. She ran into the alley, blocking my way out. At the same time, she noticed the boxes filled with body parts and the stinking pool of blood. She gasped.
これ、何？タクル。
What is this, Takaru?
ゆいはどうしたの？
Yui. What happened to Yui? Tell me, where's Yui? I was finally able to speak, but I couldn't answer her question. It was pathetic, but tears started to well up in my eyes. I couldn't stop them. Ito answered for me, flipping the knife from one hand to another as he spoke.
ああ、ほら、気をつけなよ副部長。その箱を一つでも踏み潰したら、ゆいちゃんを組み立てられなくなる。
Oh, be careful, Vice President. Step on one of those boxes and you won't be able to put Yui-chan back together again. Kurusu jumped back and started to shake as she stared at the boxes.
嘘でしょ。
This can't be. This can't be happening. She sank to her knees and reached out towards what used to be Yui, not caring that she'd been soaked with blood.
こんなの嘘、絶対に嘘。
This can't be happening. No. Jesus Christ. This is definitely the most impactful one. Yeah, holy shit. She picked up something long and thin. It had a pretty nail on it, one which had never been manicured, even though its owner was old enough to be interested in makeup. It was Yui's finger.
だから副部長、勝手に触らないでくれよ。ゆいちゃんが綺麗に見えるよう芸術的に詰めたんだから。
Come on, don't touch it. I did my best to make Yui-chan look like a pretty work of art.
どうして
Why? Why?
全部宮代が悪いんだよ。南沢千里を苦しめたから。その復讐さ。
It's all Miyashiro's fault. He left me and Misawa Senri in agony, so I'm getting my revenge.
千里の復讐。
Revenge? For Senri?
そうだよ。千里はもっと痛かったろ。苦しかったろ。しかも実験が辛くて死にたいと思っても死ねなかった。
That's right. It must have hurt even worse for her. She suffered, and even if she wanted to die from the pain of the experiments, she couldn't.
ゆいちゃんなんてまだ幸せだよ。こうしてすぐ死ぬことができたんだからね。
Yui-chan was lucky. She got to die quick. When I heard those words, something snapped inside of me. The fog in my head cleared instantly, and my blood started to boil. You motherfucker! It was a rage I couldn't control. The next thing I knew, I leaped at Ito with my bare hands. He pointed the knife straight at me as if he'd been waiting for this. I could tell it was pointed straight at my neck, at my carotid artery. If I'd been more calm, I would have known better than to jump on him without any defenses. Now I couldn't hold back my anger. He must have thought he had me, because a cruel thin smile formed on Ito's lips. I knew I was going to die. I hoped that Kurusu at least might be able to get away. The last thought that went through my head was...
ごめんなユイ、僕がお前を事件に巻き込んだばっかり。お前を
I'm sorry, Yui. We got you caught up in all this, and you... If heaven was real, it's probably where Yui was going. But I knew without a doubt I was going to hell. So I'd probably never see her again. But the moment of my death never came. Instead, I heard Kurusu scream. It was a violent sound unlike anything I'd ever heard from her before. I looked in surprise and saw that she grabbed Ito from the side and the two of them were rolling on the ground. I won't let you kill him. I won't let you kill Takaru. The two of them were rolling around in Yui's blood. Stop, Kurusu! He'll kill you! She didn't seem to hear me at all. She screamed like a wounded animal and tried to grab both of Ito's arms from behind. Her whole body was covered with Yui's blood, and each time she moved, her long hair flew up and sent dark splashes everywhere. Ito tried to shake her off and punched her in the stomach. She moaned in pain when the blow hit her where she'd been stabbed before, but she still hung on desperately and refused to let go. You fucking piece of shit! I leapt on top of Ito without even thinking. I grabbed his hand that held the knife and smashed it into the ground with all of my might. There was a dull snap as his fingers shattered, and the knife fell to the ground. I kicked it far away. Kurusu, that's enough. Get off of him. Put my full body weight on Ito's back and pinned him to the ground. Let me go, let me go. He was stronger than I thought. He almost knocked me off, but I refused to let go. Are you okay, Kurusu? Come to think about it, both Kurusu and Takeru abandoned Senri, right? Because Kurusu knew about the basement and didn't speak up about it. But she didn't seem to be able to answer my question. She sat down on the ground and tried to catch her breath. The shock seemed to have temporarily robbed her of her ability to breathe. Big tears fell from her eyes when she finally caught her breath. She started to sob. I also think it's interesting that Kawahara-kun is the only other council member that we know about. We literally don't know about any of the others. Why would they do that? Big tears fell from her eyes when she finally caught her breath. She started to sob.
Fukubuchou. 恨むんなら宮代を恨むんだな。あの時こいつが千里を見捨てていなければ俺だってこんな事件を起こすこともなかった。なあ、宮代?
Vice President, if you want to blame somebody, blame Miyashiro. If he hadn't abandoned Senri back then, I never would have done this, right, Miyashiro?
全ての事件の元凶は宮代だったんだ。お前が追いかけてたはずのニュージェネの狂気の再来事件は実はみんなお前を追い詰めるために俺が起こしてたんだ。
This whole case is Miyashiro's fault. I masterminded all of the murders. The entire point of the return of the New Gen Madness was to drive him into a corner and destroy him.
そんなことも調べられないで何が情報強者だよ。すげえ滑稽だぜ宮代。
How can you call yourself a right-sider when you couldn't even figure that out? Isn't that ironic, Miyashiro? I don't think this is actually all there is to it. This is like playing into his biggest guilt and fear. Like, it just seems too convenient. That can't be true. People died because of me. If I'd found the truth faster, Yui wouldn't have died.
嘘。
You're lying. We need Aramura here. Kurusu's voice was so soft I couldn't hear what she was saying.
Huh?
クルス。
嘘よ。伊藤君の言ってることはみんなデタラメじゃない。
You're lying. Everything you're saying is a lie, Ito-kun.
Huh?
So you know how Yamazoe doesn't have full control over her powers? What if something similar is going on where the new gen killer can't actually control their powers and just kind of makes people's worst fears come into reality? Kurusu jerked her face upward without bothering to hide her tears. She stood up, enraged, and screamed into the sky.
あなたは誰？伊藤君にこんなことをさせて。どこかで私たちを嘲笑っているのは一体誰なの？
Who are you? Why did you make Ito-kun do this? Whoever you are that's out there laughing at us, who are you? It has to be someone that knows. It has to be someone that knows Takeru's worst insecurity. Who did Takeru tell that he feels guilty about leaving Senri there? Is it Onoe? Is it Kawahara-kun? I don't think he was ever told about that. So who the fuck is it? Is it someone with mind-reading capabilities? Is it Kunasato? Did Miyashiro say that when they were looking at the computers? They pulled up Senri's file? I feel like I vaguely remember that happening. Where Kunasato only became interested after the whole thing. Where he was like, hey, I have a friend, and that was Senri, even though he kind of lied about being friends. If Kunasato truly hates Gigalomaniacs, then I guess... But why wouldn't she have resentment for Onoe? Onoe also abandoned her, quote-unquote. Kurusu also abandoned her, quote-unquote.
Kurusu?
Is it Committee of 300? You know how in the Senna ending, they just have like God's vision, so to speak, where they can just see and hear everything anywhere? Just omnipotence. And they heard what Takeru said, and they decided to take advantage of that? I know you're watching. Whoever did this to my precious little sister, who are you? Something red dripped down off Kurusu's skirt. Was it Yui's blood, or had Kurusu's own injury opened again? What are you saying, Kurusu? Ito-kun never knew Senri. Somebody just made him think he did.
Huh? 何言ってんだよ。俺は大好きだった千里のために復讐を。
Huh? What are you talking about? I love Senri, and this is my revenge.
だからそんなの嘘。私は千里と一緒にずっと過ごしてきたのよ。千里はあなたに会ったことなんてない。なのに復讐なんてありえない。
That's a lie. I was with Senri all the time, and she never met you. So there's no reason you would want revenge.
バカなこと言うなよ。俺は千里を愛してたんだ。だから千里のために。
Don't be stupid. I love Senri. That's why I'm doing this for her. It's gotta be Kawahara, right? I could tell Ito's body was starting to shake underneath me. His teeth were chattering like he was afraid of something.
それも全部デタラメよ。千里はあなたなんて絶対に知らない。だからあなたが千里を愛しているはずがない。
Kawahara-kun was always very hostile. Well, not hostile, just genuinely kind of disdainful towards Takeru, but he eventually warmed up to Takeru. If you really felt this way, then they would have never warmed up. That's just another lie. Senri never even knew that you existed, so there's no way you would ever have a chance to fall in love with her. No, 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 no!
Ito?
Ito flailed about. Foamy bubbles were pouring from his mouth. His bloodshot eyes had rolled up into his head. They were so swollen that they looked like they might burst out their sockets. Uh-oh, is his head swelling? And then, his head explodes. Suddenly, blood started to pour out of both eyes. It wasn't Yui's. It was very clearly his own. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts! When I recoiled, he crawled out from under me, and then curled up on the ground. He grabbed his head in his hands and started to spasm and flail about. It hurts so much, my head's gonna burst. Ah.
Oi, Ito!
Hey, Ito! Ito scratched at his head furiously and then started to bang it against the ground. Stop it! No, Ito-kun! Kurusu and I grabbed him and tried to stop him. His forehead split open and the blood coming out of it mixed with the blood coming out of his eyes. It was impossible to even tell what he looked like now. But he shook us off and started to jerk and flail some more. Let me go, Miyashiro. I'll make you pay for abandoning Senri. Because I love Senri. Who the hell is Senri? Minamisawa Senri? That's right. She's the killer. The one who went after Miyashiro. What? Watch out, Miyashiro. She's gonna come after you again. Senri hates you because you abandoned her. That's why I'm getting revenge. So it's your fault that Yui-chan died. No, wait, is it mine? I did this to Yui-chan? It was me.
Ito.
Ito was shouting loudly, but it wasn't making any sense. It was as if Kurusu had said was right and someone was controlling his brain.
待てよ、俺がゆいちゃんにこんなこと、俺ゆいちゃんのこといつもいい子だなって思ってて、宮代とも仲が良くてちょっと羨ましいなって。
Wait, I did this to Yui-chan? I always thought Yui-chan was such a good kid. She got along with Miyashiro so well, I was a little jealous.
でもそうか、俺が殺したんだ。だって千里のためだもんな。で、千里って誰だっけ？
But yeah, I guess I killed her for Senri. Who's Senri again? Suddenly, Ito's laughter cut off and he froze like a toy whose batteries had run out. Then all the strength drained from his body and he collapsed on the spot. Kurusu and I together couldn't support the full weight of an unconscious person, so we all fell to the ground. Neither of us could move for a while. We're just laying there holding Ito between us. Fuck, what do you even do about that? How do you fight someone who's able to just do that to people? Staring at the bloody boxes that held her little sister. The only person that could harbor this much hatred is Kunosato. Unless it's not actually motivated by hatred at all, and it was just them exploiting his insecurity. Takeru's insecurity, I mean. Chris was starting to cry like a little girl. There's nothing I could say to her, because I felt like I was going to cry too. And it was all I could do to just barely stop myself. I could hear many footsteps in the distance. It was either Shinjo-san and the police, or maybe the reporters around Alba dorm.
もしあそこいたらこんなすんだのゆいよ取らないでやってくれお願いだから
If it was the media, don't let them take pictures of Yui like this.
お願いだから
Please. Oh my god. I closed my eyes tight. No humanity. I didn't want to see anything else. I didn't want to hear anything else.
ダメだよタクルにののねって本当はまだ子供なんだからタクル兄が支えてあげなくっちゃね
That's not good, big bro. Big sis is still really just a little kid inside, so you need to support her, okay? Maybe it was her ghost. When I closed my eyes, I could see Yui smiling gently. Chapter 9. Duel where entangled intentions gather. I think we're gonna have to end it there. We've been going for so very long. Holy shit, dude. I don't even know. The entire story, everything is just flipped on its head.